Welcome to our final broadcast of Super Mario Maker, the original from 2015 on live servers. And we mean it this time. We said the same thing yesterday. We said it would be our last stream of Mario Maker 1, and it did not turn out to be true because I either misread the date or the time zone on the shutdown announcement. Whatever the mistake was, we had one more day than I had originally planned, which is excellent because there is so much more to do, so much more to see, and that will remain true even at the end of this stream, but what can you do? So, let's get going right away. We're going to pick up where we left off with some of the recommendations from a list that I had seen on a Japanese forum that covered a lot of classics, some of which we knew, some of which we might have vaguely remembered from a long time ago, and many of which were new to me completely. So, we'll continue with, let's see if I can find a link here. The link that we see in the chat. And I'm going to start off with number 66 on the list. We are bypassing some of the ones that we've recorded previously, and there are a couple of codes that are dead. But let's continue. And we'll see everything we can. I don't know if we'll necessarily get to the end, but who knows? Given the time that remains, we'll make the best of it. Treasure those moments when you can just sit and daydream, letting your mind wander as free as an unchained chomp. A very timely message from Nintendo to start this broadcast in particular. Let's take a look at Mario Defense STG. This is from November 2015. Well, we're entering something. And oh, I see, we probably just have to kill everything. Which would require me to keep the Fire Flower against Spidey's probably. Ah, yes, okay, we are required to kill everything because if they leak, then what happens is... Well, let's see, because right now I don't have a way to kill the Spidey anyway, so we are going to die. But I think eventually you have to survive long enough, basically, for the flame, the Potoboo rather, that's coming around the track to land on a bomb and light it up. Link in time, welcome. This is our grand finale. So it is just a survival room that is based on a timer. So you're not required to kill everything, but obviously you probably want to. If you want to have any hope of getting through it. And yeah, the thing I'm not accounting for is that the Fire Flower does go up one tile due to everything being tiled together on the cloud blocks, which is why we've been missing the shots that I wanted to take. However, I think I've basically found a safe spot here, at least until more comes down on the track. So maybe we'll just camp here and cheese this a little bit and be sufficiently defended by the clouds, well, up until this point, and now we're in big trouble. And yeah, Link in Time, I hope you've been having a good final day with this game as well. So yeah, you can actually just pelt them from down below because of the way that the Fire Flower bounce is happening, and so that's almost certainly the way you're supposed to play this, is just to defend from the lowest rank. That makes a lot more sense than what I was doing, in fact. A lot more sense. But it's a fascinating deflection on the Fire Flower that happens when it's stacked this way. One of those moments that also makes me go, does it work this way in Maker 2? Because I really don't know if it would at a guess. I mean, to see, though. And yeah, if you just stand here and camp, then you're in much better shape. I'm glad we saw that. Didn't necessarily expect looking at this that this would be the deflection pattern that we'd be dealing with. I always like seeing defense concepts because, as I've often said, one of my main custom user creation scenes prior to Mario Maker was actually tower defense in Warcraft 3. So, it's a format that I find very personally meaningful in its own way. All these bloopers just kind of came down the bottom track to kind of trick you out. But if you stomp on the bottom one here, then you're actually in decent shape, perhaps. Whoops, until you get hammered up. Luckily, the damage boost on a sledge simplified things for us ever so slightly, so we just need to not take damage from the blooper at the bottom. I think we're probably in good shape. Now I wonder if we were required to survive this far with the Fire Flower. I mean, obviously, this works out. There's an expert mode and the end. We will obviously go to the expert mode, as we always do. Oh, we should have taken a boot. That was a bad idea not to. That's okay, we can just go back and reload the room. Let's go Stiletto. And yeah, you do get pushed out, of course, pretty quickly. Stiletto is going to at least let me stomp onto Spinies if it comes to that, but that's only going to be if they come out on top of some of the donut blocks. And we do need to watch for falling bloopers, it seems. So, let's just continue defending. Camp here for the time being. And then, oh, look at this one coming down the track, trying to surprise me here. And the airship camera bomb trying to do a number on us as well. Rocky wrenches coming in, that's potentially an issue. Oh, there goes the boot. And there goes the flower. Oh, we shouldn't have consumed all of those. That was a really bad idea. That's okay, as long as we survive long enough. At this point, I think we just find somewhere to camp. Where's the exit anyway? Left side. So we're at checkpoint though, so we'll try this out again. Anyway, oh, you're not given the Fire Flower immediately. Maybe you are in the next room. Well, you get the choice of the... Oh yes, no, you do get the Fire Flower immediately. That's what I thought. So, yeah, watching out for some of these things coming in at the bottom track, and of course some of the bloopers that are just falling from above. It's going to be necessary. We should have just gotten rid of that Lakitu that's up top as well, because maybe he's a problem. And a continuous one at that. But he's quite a ways off when it comes to being able to tap him, so I think we stay on the bottom rung for now, just unless, of course, we see the Goomba come off the track and get us into trouble. But yeah, this little track that's dipping out here, that's a potential risk factor for sure. Anyway, let's just keep shooting. Oop. Luckily some of those fire piranha shots are colliding here. Whoops, that's Cheap Sheep had me a little bit concerned, and now we're in big trouble. Well, I guess we just dodge at this point, and we're not going to make it, I don't think. Just given everything that's going on here. And Buzzy Beetles start coming down. Buzzy Beetles, of course, are not going to fall to the flowers. We will have to account for that accordingly. Oh, I forgot to boot. Let's go back up immediately. And just go straight for the Stiletto. Okay, now let's pop a lot of these. Then yeah, nice straight diagonal shots over some of these. And we actually caught the winged Goomba coming down a track this time, which is good, because that one was previously something that really threw off our whole pattern. Oh, there's a mole coming down a track. If we see something coming down a track, that means we're going to have some trouble with it at the ground level. So, we'll watch the spiny projectiles all the while. Yeah, because track movement is pretty well disguised by all the lateral movement from everybody else just walking down slowly, so... The spiny moves pretty quickly as well, but we got rid of it. And yeah, it's coming down in that column. We do need to watch out for it. Now we know that this is going to start being a problem, but if we manage to hit the bombs, we're not in too bad shape, I don't think. Yeah, I said we're not in too bad shape. Uh-oh. There we go. That spiny had to be concerned. And then, okay, got rid of the buzzies. That was not too bad, actually. Bombs taking out the buzzies significantly simplifies what we're dealing with here. Fire Piranha is the main risk factor at this point, so we'll take that out. And this is a long track pattern that's going to ignite bomb for us, so... Yeah, I'm, of course, much less concerned about things coming down the ground than I am from the track, and so... Yeah. If we know how to prioritize shooting enemies on the track, we're in okay shape. We're not in great shape. But however, bomb's going to open up, and then that's going to be the finish. And we'll even get an additional checkpoint for some reason. But I guess we'll take this guy out. And maybe this is just the exit door from where we were previously. Wasn't quite sure about that ending here. But we made it. I didn't see a way to this place to spring from the door, I think. That was just exit only. We've of course come across quite a lot of very familiar levels that are quite fine selections on the Japanese list. One of the ones that was coming up on this page that we've been looking at, we're up to the sort of late 60s on it now, out of 100. There's the Quilted Cell by Ragnarok X, very memorable, as a semi-solid tiling festival, but we're going to look at the next one that we don't know. And it's going to be Close Range Grenade. This is from July 2017, so would have been very fresh in memory for the person making the list, I think, because, as I said, these are posts in a Japanese forum that we've been drafting this from, that were from mid-2017, so this must have been something that made a very immediate impression at the time. Let's see what it is. Close Range Grenade. Sounds like the kind of thing that can blow up in your face. Yeah, pretty much. Look at that. That you basically have two of these being fired together, and then the muncher gets an immediate crush on the bomb. Fascinating. I can't believe we haven't really seen that before. And then look at that, because of the muncher collision over here, that's immediately within bomb range, that... You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Luna Blaster weapon in Splatoon. And yeah, Link in Time, feel free to lurk. This is exactly the Luna Blaster in Splatoon, actually. Or the Blaster weapon class in general. Where you have this short-range burst that is this huge circular explosion, but which doesn't go very far. Yeah, it's exactly the blaster weapon class, except, of course, you know, the coins are basically indicating where you're within the danger zone, I think. Over there, anyhow. Here, the coins are just coins. And the cat paw animation, of course, is kind of a nice touch. But yeah, you have to really watch your feet here. But maybe you can get it to fire in a position... Well, we need to move the cloud first, but maybe you can get it to fire in a position that takes out the... Whoops. One up over here. There we go. Because it is on a cloud, but the cloud also has a bit of additional drag from the lava. And whoa, this is going to be a concern. Are we supposed to just let Bowser blow up in the bomb range? Because I certainly can't hit him. Yeah, he totally does get hit by the bombs. So you just need to hope that he gets grounded. And then you just jump. Like that. And there is a bit of a signal beforehand from the sound effect where they're calling in the strike. And then, oh, there's one over here. Of course, sort of interesting that it doesn't just instantly ignite upon lava overlap the way that things do in Maker 2. I guess that's because of the different object syncing logic in general in terms of when a death is occurring. You would have expected it with that overlap to just immediately detonate, coming from a Maker 2 mentality, I think. I believe that's the way it should work anyway. Okay. Just now we get to float. And the floor will gradually come apart. Whoops. We'll wait until we take additional damage to grab the other. Since, yeah, it's worth 2 hits. Yeah, just need to get knocked out and then we're out of here. Now, we need to bump from below to hit Bowser. Here we go. We're doing a number on him today. Oh, additional key. Additional key? It gives you Yoshi in it. How so? I didn't see it. Oh, maybe it's from the clown car with the blue rings? No, it can't be. What's happening with that? Well, this is giving me more bombs at least. Where was an additional key even possible? There is a secret here then. Maybe we should redo the level just to see it. I don't know if it was maybe something from the blue ring. The blue ring car. I can't see that it could be. Maybe so. It does seem like it does take damage, but I'm not exactly sure because no, I don't think so. I mean, they're blues, right? So the center point of the clown car wouldn't really do anything for you. Why did it go somewhere else, I think? Unless it's this hard block on the left. No, it's not. So we missed something. Let's redo. We won't search too hard, but I've generally been fairly thorough about optional objectives, so... I just don't see where it could be coming from, because, you know, we killed Bowser every time he came up. Okay, let's see it again, and let's look out for a key. Wherever it could be. It could be anything that blows up, I suppose. Yeah, we'll watch out for these coin locations, because that is a detonation spot. And we'll keep an eye out for what a key could possibly be. And we checked the one up here already, so it's nothing to do with that. Just gonna call in a strike, and then we just jump. close there. Okay. That takes him out, but I don't see where there might be a key. Now, the scroll here starts out quite early. I wonder if there could be something going on there, but... Or something that we blow up using these bombs instead. Using the spin kick, perhaps. But I don't see it. Oh, helmet over here for some reason. Unless it was just some other kind of setup. I wonder if that helmet we saw get destroyed at the end was relevant to this. Did we actually kill this badger? We must have for the key. I don't see where the extra key is coming from. Well, we'll see. Unless we had to wait at a certain location, because yeah, this is already the ending, so it's not this. Oh, we did unblock the booze from the spawn block. It does have something to do with the boo car, I think. Because we do get the boo car coming out. It has to be, because the boo ring is the clue to the left. And then we unblock both... Ah, it's Junior. Yeah, it's Junior, that's what it is. We didn't come back and check the spawn block on Junior. Of course, Junior adds a bit of risk here because he can actually hit you. There we go. Yeah, because I noticed the spawn block on the boo this time around and didn't really think to check the door a second time. Back on the first pass, so... Anyway, true ending. The boo ring is a pretty neatly placed clue if you take out hard blocks. Just as a bit of an extra visual hint for where you might be searching. And let's see what's next. This is The Fault in Our Patterns by Cheesy. We've seen a fair bit of Cheesy before, I think. Someone who's involved in quite a few community projects. We actually never got around to playing his perplexing puzzles level, Moonlit Musical Manor. We may actually have to grab the rest of PvP and finish it out at some point, because we had only done Pink Birdo and Tetraterix's contributions to it, I believe. But we had, of course, played Cheesy's YMM levels previously, and it was just one profile that we unfortunately didn't find a time to see, even though it was somebody who has a bit of a puzzle mentality. It is very much up our alley. We are going to see The Fault in Our Patterns, though, as the recommendation that was singled out. Alright, so key available over here, and it's going to be like a spot the difference, I think, just judging by the titles. Not a spot the difference, but rather spot the anomaly. It's the title. So we should actually look at the semi-solid detailing to see if there are any inconsistencies that may indicate something like a hidden block, like for example this one over here, which tells me we check in this location. Yeah, we just basically find the faulty tile, which is going to take us through to the next room. Yeah, one of those artwork-driven levels that is much less flexible to build in Maker 2 just because of all the tiling changes. Anyway, it's going to be this one this time. And you'll notice that it's the edge that bleeds off here at the sort of top of this block, rather than the bottom. That is going to give us the key location. So keep going. And this track over here, I highly suspect that everything up top is going to be a vine. Maybe, unless we're dropping some other objects. I think it's going to be a vine, and then after you spawn all the vines, perhaps it becomes clear. Oh no, then the vine climb would allow you to reach the target location that you want, because this is supposed to be something that is diagonally symmetrical. If you imagine a diagonal line coming from the top left to the bottom right, it should be a reflection. And we're going to find the anomaly in this that is not a reflection, or is off by one tile, and I see it already. You see how this track over here is one tile off from... no, it's not. Never mind, never mind. This track is matched to the one there. This track is matched to the one above here. So we're actually looking for this square that's the knob at the end of this track here, which means that we need to spawn a vine that is going to allow us to climb that location and hit that from below. Just give ourselves plenty of flexibility to climb, but we are pretty confident that this is going to be it. And that's going to be the key. Yeah, that's going to close up. And then now we look for probably something to do with the overlaps, if I had to speculate. And just the symmetry is broken somewhere here. I shouldn't neglect the background of the level as well, because the background parallax actually does give me something here. It's supposed to look for symmetry, right? I mean, not a lot of levels ever used background parallax, but we should keep that in mind if the semi-solids themselves look identical, because if you look at this, the problem is, though, is that if you think about the offset in the background parallax, it's not necessarily clear what the target location would be in terms of hitting for the key. So it's actually going to be this little pillar over here that is protruding with an extra semi-solid. Is it not? Okay, then it would be the side over here, because that's mismatched. Wait a minute. This is mismatched, though. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Just need a higher jump. I suppose that just precludes the player from hitting it accidentally, unless you're going for that location quite deliberately. Alright, so down this column, and I guess we just look at each of these. I mean, this knob over here was pretty obviously off. But then, where do we plug in the key? Over here. Now we look at each of these platforms, ignoring the fact that the pipes and the one-ways in the middle are kind of distractingly asymmetrical. I mean, the top right is missing a bridge, but then which block would that entail? P-switch, okay, oh, interesting. Well, P-switch would drop something here, and this would reset something here. Why would it? Yeah, this is... oh, I know. Because it's going to be a spawn block, you hit a P-switch, you come back into this room, I bet there is going to be something spawn blocked that is going to appear. Rather than this just being a pipe release. And yeah, it absolutely is. But then we need to kill him. This is the part where the clear rate drops down to 40-something%. But we do get more flowers if we hit the P location, I suppose. I mean, we don't only get one P-switch though, so we actually do have to win this fight. And that means getting the additional flower. Well, we'll just spam this, and then there we go. Nice little twist on the fight on the hole. And yeah, extra 1-ups this way. We will of course look at that. Let's just look at that. Anyway, a little bonus room over here. I suppose we would climb at the next location for the key door, wherever that's matched to this. I mean, this is obviously different on either side. I'm just kind of reasoning out where the alternation would be. If you think of it as an alternation, then it technically should be this, but if you think of it as something that's supposed to be symmetrical, then... Well, let's reason our way through this, because I would have thought that it would match this, 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 and this. So I actually don't know why this is the solution. Oh, because there are 3 1-ups, and so you actually hit all of these because they represent green mushrooms, which is the point of this bonus room. It doesn't give you a key or anything, it just gives you 1-ups. But in a room that is totally in keeping with the central aesthetic concept of the level, so... Anything up here? Yep, and this is of course just for the classic Miiverse completion screenshot. A much better way to end the level, I think, than just your standard endless mode 3 1-ups that we see nowadays. Back when the closing screenshot was a possibility. Next we will look at artillery room. Well, that certainly looks like an artillery room, but let's see how we play it. Ah, okay. Ah, I see. So the shell blocks a certain location. And this is going to be a survival timer. And yeah, it is going to be consistent from one attempt to the next. Just give it a positioning, I believe. So we can't kind of do this by memory, but of course it's better to just watch the shell positioning and correct the momentum accordingly. You just need to react very quickly to what the shell is clearing at any given time. Alright, let's let it clear over here. What strikes me about a lot of the levels that we've been playing, and you know, maybe this is partly just a function of who was curating a lot of these suggestions, is just the sheer variety of gameplay interaction. You know, just different ways to control your way through a level and read it. Which we've seen lots of in Mario Maker up to this point, of course, but there was a bit of conceptual wildness to it, I think, that we very much appreciate. It's very entity-heavy per room, of course, which is why this is a level that's only going to have a few challenges within it, I think. Oh, I thought it would clear a little more space than that, but I suppose not. And then there's going to be some kind of time POW here. Love this idea with the shells and cannons, yeah. It's in some ways similar to a level that we saw a couple of weeks ago by Kavik, actually, where, you know, you would kind of run through corridors where a moving large buzzy beetle would act as a shield or an umbrella, basically. This one is with smaller shells than that, and it's more about clearing the projectiles rather than just blocking them off, but like, spiritually it has a certain kinship with the Fuzzy Helmet or Fuzzy Beetle Barrier level that I'm talking about. I think it was called like Fuzzy Beetle Bullet Barrier or something. Whoops. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh. I'm gonna do this with a little bit of finesse here. But a bit more speed coming out of that side. Okay. Now we'll just throw it about a little bit. And we know it's going to be consistent from one attempt to the next, just given the nature of the room scale and the timing of all the elements that are loaded in on screen, so we can kind of do this by memory as we go, as long as we have a lot of finesse to our positioning. Whoop, nope, standing a little too hard to the right still. But we know we need to go right pretty much immediately after that. We should, of course, just kind of follow the shell a little bit. You know, I think if you trail the shell by a few tiles, you're generally going to be in good shape, but knowing when to reverse, though, would be a bit of a problem if you're just trying to copy the shell positioning like a cosmic clone or what have you. Whoop. Then, yeah, as long as you kind of predict from the bounce whether to go right or left. Oh, whoops. And the POW is coming down pretty much immediately after that. There was a track drop in the POW that is going to be timed exactly to... Well, it doesn't even need to be timed exactly, it's just going to drop on the track that you see on the bottom right. And the POW just kind of holds position until the shell hits, but everything is going to be consistent, so... Anyway, that's going to clear some space. Again, kind of need to predict position that we're going to get on the second rung. That's usually the issue that we're running into, and that was pretty much the same spot that we died on last time. So let's let that clear and just create some space. Yeah, it's that left to right trailing pattern that we have been having some issues with. And it's right here that we don't want to jump the gun too early, and there we go. That was all there is to it. Now this is going to go pretty fast, and there's going to be quite a lot of version to the shell, so we kind of need to watch which third of the level the shell is in at any given time, and I think we just need to react very quickly to that. Because it is going to nudge... I mean, we can generally predict which half to stand on, right half or left half at least. We just need to react very quickly. Oh, not quickly enough. That was well out of position. I think the idea here is that we stand under the spring that is sort of in a middle position at any given time, and we can afford to just nudge left or right and be reasonably accurate. I think that method does work. Well, most of the time. There's a certain regularity to the rhythm of the shell as well that certainly helps. Let's get out of here. Of course we're going to go back for this coin because that's how we get into trouble. And that's it. And just a moment while we punch in the next code here. On previous streams, I've been taking way too long to enter codes because I've basically been fat fingering them. We should have just used a stylus in the first place. I mean, this game was designed around it. We are using the stylus today, and I think it's much smoother. It's the obvious thing to do, but, you know, not so clear from the way I set up my gamepad and everything. My streaming setup. Anyway, here's flower delivery by YK. Did we see something by YK previously? I'm trying to recall. I don't think so. Yeah, it's hard to tell with a lot of the Japanese makers that I don't know sometimes. And Vex Gaming, yeah, we are still doing Mario Maker. Mario Maker 1 before it goes down later today, depending on your time zone. So, Flower falls in a clown car, and we're supposed to deliver it, I guess, so. It's giving me to leave. I think we're just supposed to whip this. And then we take it with us while not getting shot. Except we can take it, and then we can fire accordingly. So I was showing you that you use the fire flower to obtain what you need. Look at that little Goomba, but a chopped doghouse in the next segment. I kind of want to show off this thing again. We can only see a little bit of it, and I'm sure we'll see that room again later, but just in case we don't, it's like the Goomba is here with a chopped doghouse. I feel like that's just sort of a transitional segment between rooms, just to give you something to look at and block off the next room, which, you know, in the age before scroll stop was perhaps much more necessary. Just to do something interesting with the screen boundary that kind of bleeds off. So I'm sure we could just go up there at this point, but let me just check. Yeah, so it looks like every part of this level also gives you a little bit more screen boundary to look at, basically, where, you know, here the right side is totally inaccessible, but because you're scrolling here anyway, instead of a blank space, it gives you this little jellyfish aquarium. And again, just one of those accommodations for the limitations of Maker 1's camera that actually wound up being aesthetically very unique. We need to whip that, of course. Let's do it. But we need to send it up. And probably... Oh, no. Up. Just one more. Nope. That's too early. And that should do it. Perfectly placed, and the note blocks are a nice touch there, just having this come out, and then I kind of feel like we want a little bit of finesse here in case this block gives you something. Yeah, I totally thought that was one of them. And, you know, we'll admire the little muncher, not muncher, piranha plant staircase here as well. Actually, it's made to look like the piranha plants are all sort of potted on top of these vines, I think. I believe that's the aesthetic effect that that's going for. But yeah, so we see the other side of the aquarium here, of course. And question block here. What are we supposed to do with that? Let's... I don't know how we're going to be able to hit that. With a diagonal shot, I guess, but then why would we want to... I wonder if we can slip in below here. We have no reason to do it, though. No, we have no reason to do it. We just... want to pop this on top. I really don't know about the question block. I don't see what it'll do for us, unless it's something like Clown Car shoots it and gets a key, or perhaps a spawn block from coming back into the room, or something like that. It could be a key. I can see it being a key just looking at the layout here. Anyway, just so the flower doesn't miss, you've got 2 Clown Cars to work with. It would be nice if this came up, though. Down works, too. If it would kindly like to come over, and then we'll just bust open some of these nice blocks all over as well. We want to go back to check that question block. I'm terribly suspicious, but unless it gives you a key, I really don't see why it would outright destroy it. No key. Never mind. We should, of course, bust down the right side as well. But we can trade cars, perhaps. Now that we have the ability to do so. Now that we almost have the ability to do so. Let's go back to the first one. Never mind that. Whoop. Anyway, we'll bust all this down. And all this. And yeah, you have another part of the aquarium here with a little lotus flower down below. Kind of looks like it's meant to represent the lava lotus, actually, that you get in some of the older Mario classics. I'm trying to remember, did they just originate in Super Mario World? I think they might have. I was trying to remember if Lava Lotus is in 3. You would think I'd know this, given how familiar I used to be with all the games, but anyway. Flower is going to come down here, and we need to whip it in midair. And so we will. Eventually. There we go. Nice bounce. And it should... Oh no, and then you need to whip it again when it's kind of at the halfway point, I see. I wasn't sure if it would reach, but... a single hit here is going to get it over to no block if we can do it. And we want to get over there quickly. So it can load into here. And then at this point we need to lower the platform but then whip the flower on its way up. Yeah, one of those levels that has a super high clear rate, close to 30%, but which is a very engaging interaction within that. So this is just a reset door in case you get over here without clown car, I think. Let's be very careful here so I can try to peel off the one up in this location. Enable. Nope, we blew it up. Too bad. That's the goal, so we'll take it. It was consistently a 1-up from what we could tell. But yeah, we should have just done the straight shot towards it actually, and the diagonal shot would just wrap around it. But works for me. Once we enter a code accurately here, you can tell why they changed the code format in Maker 2. Just to have fewer characters to enter while being actually more combinatorically rich. Here it seems like every level code just has 0, 0, 0, 0 in the second block. Of course, you're sort of restricted to a hex code at the same time, and not terribly character efficient when it comes to punching things in, but... And a Kiki Kai Kai. Well, we don't know what that means, but... let's see it. It is an auto-scroller, but then we don't know what's going on with this. There's something in the deck. Not clear. Boo over here. I wonder if we're going to scroll back through this segment at some point. Bomb over here. Well, nothing that we can do with it yet, actually. Oh. Semi-solid precluding me from going through that one panel. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but maybe there is some kind of loop around. Anyway, maybe it's just a big opening cutscene segment that then opens up whatever lies below. Anyway, yeah, these are chairs. Little chair by the fireplace over here, and then a big dining table in this household. And a grandfather clock, which does not contain any secret passages. And a couple of storage crates, because why not? This is telling me left. But I think that maybe something has changed and spawned in, perhaps, that we have this as a, I don't know, telephone booth or something, given a sound effect, and then we come in and then maybe something changes spawn-wise as we go back to the previous room. I'm not totally clear. Yes, that's exactly what it is, and then you get to see steps coming back. And then, oh, it's a pipe... Well, not a pipe stack, that's just an opening pipe that gets you to the front. And yeah, things have changed this time. You even get a little bit of a horror soundtrack attached to it. There's quite a lot that was spawn blocked the first time through then. And yeah, it's basically one big spawn block extravaganza after the initial load-in. Then, this takes you upstairs. Yeah, it seems like thematically maybe there's something we don't know about here, but now everything's overgrown, as you can see. It's like we've gone into the far future, where everything here, the fire is down, of course, everything's covered in moss. Somebody's left a fire flower on the table after all this time. And then we have to stomp our way through. So I wonder if we reverse through this segment as well. We're just kind of reading the story implicitly, but now everything is pointing this way. Okay, more flowers, that's fine. I suppose we're just supposed to... Oh, we stopped this. Now what does that do? I mean, I don't know what's going on below the level, so... Oh, we've got a star. So we'll just eliminate everything here, and then... We'll grab the POW coming through. Oh, that means you, Rocket Wrench. I wonder what the POW will do for me. Still kind of horror story here that we're only sort of following, but... Yeah, Maker 1 disappearing makes you really sad. I think that's true for everyone. I mean, everybody was also ignoring this game for the past 4 or 5 years. In some ways, I knew from streaming Maker 1 previously, sometime during the long lull of activity before the shutdown was announced, that, you know, it was pretty much a fully dormant category on Twitch apart from the lucky draw bot back in the day, so I think there are a lot of regrets in the air in terms of people realizing that live services are finite and we should have made more use of what we had while it was still going. Yeah, we are going to look into the sort of post-Nintendo homebrew solution for accessing a dumpable level archive, though. And that's something that we'll definitely be keeping tabs with at some point. But yeah, still, I mean, in terms of the general accessibility of this game to the public, that certainly doesn't help things. But I suppose if you're still using a Wii U at this point, that there's a good chance that you're dedicated enough to want to make things happen by homebrew emulation or some other solution. But anyway, preservation of the levels themselves in terms of an archival dump of the Nintendo servers does exist, which was, I think, the thing that a lot of people were worried about, just given the tremendous amount of human labor that went into the finest creations in this game, and even the bad ones. Wet and Dry by Ruben. I don't know if I've played anything by Ruben previously. Again, I don't know if I would have played some of these levels in some cases way back in 2015 when everybody was still active, simply because a lot of my older clear flags have been pushed out. The game only shows you your clear flags and stars up to a certain point, like a number of levels that you've played or something. It's actually not based on time, I think, because I'm starting to see clear flags disappear off of some of the levels that I played for. 1YMM even, back in 2022, and so there's some kind of buffer when it comes to your internal display. But Wet and Dry. Let's see it. This is from October 2015, and this is within the first month of the game's release. And sometimes you see a lot of levels that era that are very kind of self-evidently foundational. We're not doing the Kaizo thing here, by the way, of doing the spring jump with a deflection. We're not doing that. We are. Oh, you know what? I actually do recognize this level. This is a Parallel Worlds level where you go back and forth. We've seen tons of them. And of course, you can just take the spring back, I think, to go to the other side, but and then have two springs in the other room, which is probably the way to go. But I think this opening specifically, it does strike me as familiar. Yeah, again, this was a level that was early enough and popular enough that I might have seen it originally. And it can progress this way, but I kind of... Oh, one-way panel, never mind. I was going to go back. But the pipe transitions, I think, are consistently going to get you back to the other zones, right? So we'll do that. I wonder if this was expecting me to be able to just bypass the conveyor, though, with holding the spring. I mean, I guess it might sort of be an intended skip, but back then everybody was still learning mechanics. So, you never know. But yeah, it's Wet and Dry because that's what the whole concept is here. Actually, let's jump up here and see what's up there. Then we'll just jump through here. And we're only really seeing half of this level at a time, perhaps, but looks like... Yeah, this will take you up. I sort of wonder if we can... Oh, we could totally have done that. Just re-grab it on the way up. We're careful. Though, the question block on the left side there makes me think that maybe either that's only accessible on the water hab, or we have something to jump up with here. Let's not be too incautious. But let's wait for this. I think it's out of reach in this location, but we could always try out. Yeah, it's well out of reach. That's okay. I still thought maybe we could do something fancy here by loading this way up. Yeah, never mind. Let's just go through. And it's just a one-up, regardless. But it does allow you to swim through here. I mean, it would have been nice if we didn't have to think about that mushroom, but... Notice the hard blocks here. I wonder if they're going to be destructible. But we will wait. I wonder... Oh yeah, this is water, so the ceiling doesn't matter, but... Of course, the ceiling soft block was something that everybody missed early on. Do I like to Maker 1 physics or to Maker 1 physics more? It depends on what part. Maker 2, I prefer the wall bounce on... or rather the lack of wall bounce on dropping objects. A lot of Kaizo players don't, because Kaizo players prefer that a lot of item handling will give you a lot of deflection on the wall for fun setups, but I find that as a puzzle player especially, that I want objects to drop in reliable locations. There are some mechanics to Maker 1 that I like a lot, though. I mean, I was never really that advanced a player back in the day, so it's only recently that we started doing levels that required a spin pickup, for instance, but the spin pickup seems like it's such a big part of Maker 1 now that we've spent some time with it. I prefer the vertical camera in 2, but we have seen occasionally good uses of the vertical camera in 1 just to restrict information for the player, and we can just walk through this. Because this is Maker 1, dry bones become fish bones. Because fish bones are just dry bones in a pallet dumped into the underwater level. One of those subtle things in Maker 1 that seems kind of quaint now. And of course, the spinies are just placed exactly as is, except now they're all balled up. We can just keep going. We don't necessarily need to go back to the overground zone yet. But yeah, it looks like a lot of these elements between the two halves of the level are exactly matched, except of course lack of a flag here. This must be the flag location, I bet. But we'll surf around a bit anyway, just to take a look at it and head under the level, in case there's anything special. But yeah, I think it's just copied exactly. And oh, spawned those guys again. But anyway, up we go. And yeah, we just go up through this pipe, I think, and then wonder how much the spring is required for the flag ending that is pretty obviously going to be in that location. Again, this looks like it might have been a pretty foundational parallel world style level. Very popular subgenre of level building, as we've been pointing out. It's amazing how many people just decided to do this independently as their big idea. Merlin, welcome. Good morning. Yeah, we haven't been on too long either. And I don't know how long I'll be able to stay today. I totally expected that yesterday would be my last Maker 1 stream, but today we made it happen. I usually don't stream on this day, but this is important and we have lots we want to get done before our servers go down, so I of course won't get through nearly everything I had in mind, but we'll see what we can and try to feel like we did a proper farewell to this game. Anyway, let's punch in the next code. It's going to be something else, but have a good night as well, Vex Gaming. Glad to see you back, and I hope streaming has been going well on your end as well. So anyway, this is Home Run Derby. I think I have an idea of how this is going to go. But let's see some baseball. As we play this... Oh, that's a nice little curveball, or slow pitch, I guess, or change-up, rather. It was a change-up. I know my baseball are used to. But yeah, we actually do need to hit somewhat accurately here to get enough of a bounce off the spring in order to hit the chronos. That's the whole concept, is you hit too early, you don't get that. Sort of interesting that it does give you the second shellmet here as well. Actually, if you get hit, it's okay because you still wind up wearing the shellmet, which I find very interesting. Because we're not doing a down input or anything, but the shellmet just kind of intersects with you anyway as it bounces into position, and then that ensures that you can just continue this with no risk of death, at least in this zone. So we're not exactly hitting a speed record here. But yeah, just a neat little vignette here. And we'll just imagine that this Mario Maker level was, I don't know, Shohei Ohtani's origin story or something. But very neat demonstration of that concept, and that, you know, your timing matters in terms of getting the shell to just give that, the spring rather, to give that shell the extra push to get over. And that is also in a more or less safe environment when it comes to the batter continuing to wear the helmet. Yeah, because we never really had any issues with damage beyond that. And then you would have so much going on here with the platforms changing up to pitches as well, so very, very neat. And this was, of course, after bumpers were introduced, fairly shortly after bumpers were introduced. Speaking of sporting levels, let's see another one. And thank you to GG Merlin. Speaking of sporting levels, the next one that we have up, if the code works, is Mario Golf Returns by Pyramid. We've seen some things by Pyramid, I think. Recognized Maker, Metallica, Music Maker. Yeah. Like I said, I don't know just how many of these levels we might have originally seen, but where the clear flags had dropped out over time, or over quantity. Megalovania levels were a thing even then. Yeah, kind of like a music track maker. We might have seen it back in the day, I'm not really sure. But let's take a look at Mario Golf Returns. This is from July 2016. Merlin, you actually started your first ever level on the 3DS Maker 1. That version is pretty janky, but it gave you some basics. Yeah, I've been meaning to maybe look into picking up the 3DS card at some point just to run some of the official Nintendo content in it, since it's something that's not really seen anywhere else. It's crazy to think how much you've improved. Yeah. Anybody who actually sticks with a game, I think, feels that was after a time. We need to get a deflection here that'll go over to the Goomba, right? But we need to deflect on a cloud if that's the case, and we need to position such that, yeah, the bullet just blocks it completely. But if we stagger this just right, no, that's not it. Maybe it's with a jump. We need to hit the Goomba, but oh, no, we need to hit this first. We need to lower the blaster. That's what it is. So we need to ignite this bomb. And then the blaster is going to get loaded on top of the cloud, which will then give us the deflection that we need. We didn't even look at the left side earlier, that's why. There's something fairly obvious. And of course we need to reposition just slightly until we can hit the Goomba. There we go. Yeah, you're not the only one from Maker 2 who tells me they started with Maker 1 3DS. For sure. And have to sort of understand what doesn't work from personal experience first, I think. Very often. So we need to have this hard block sort of in the middle position so we can deflect all the way up the staircase, I think. Oops. So we need to find a better place to fire upon it to begin with, and then... Yeah, it's not going to go quite yet. Because we kind of needed to push up towards us, I think, and then... Actually, no, it's not even in that location. I wonder... There we go. That was rather miraculous. I totally didn't intend that. Haven't Chevy forgot they had a 3DS version, yeah. But yeah, it's... Among 3DS games, actually pretty available cheaply on a secondary market, unlike a lot of 3DS software, which is massively spiked in price. Or at least maintained its original value. It was, of course, held back by the lack of the same level sharing capabilities in the first place, but just as a palette or editor that we could work with, I think it was helpful to a lot of people who only had a 3DS, which, you know, is just a reality of Nintendo's hardware situation back then, with how their attention was split between saving one system or the other. And yeah, Nintendo has its own set of first-party levels in that game, which, you know, if you're a true Nintendo Mario completionist, that is something that one looks into. I'm not sure I'm a true Nintendo Mario completist, but we're pretty close. I mean, I did the Super Mario Advance 4 e-reader levels last year, and then I did all of the Nintendo character levels in this game not long ago, and, you know, that's already getting pretty deep into the repertoire when it comes to first-party content. Yeah, so this much needs to be taken out with a POW. Or... No, we need to take out both, I think. Wait a minute. There's a particular order that we haven't been paying attention to. Like, this bomb can definitely be deflected. That drops the blaster into the right side location. It loads it such that a shell here is going to hit the POW. That removes the muncher on the left side. That allows you to bomb the left side and then have an additional POW detonation eventually from hitting both of these segments here. That is going to give you the kill on the goob in the middle. So it's pretty visible how the sequence is going to go. You just need to go through it and execute in order. And here we go. Hole in one. Well, the way I was playing, not really. I totally forgot after a point that this was a golf level, but I guess if you're trying to, you know, pot the bomb into the right place, that makes a certain amount of sense. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, over the last few streams we've been closing out with relatively gentle content. Some things have taken me longer than others. This one looks like it's going to be on the more challenging side here, 0.21 clear rate, but it's hard to tell sometimes how seriously to take clear rate because it could really be subject to a great deal of variance depending on who's playing, but this is going to be the hardest one we've seen in some time. We'll see exactly why that is, if it's just a sort of conceptual block that people were having, or if there's something else. Hey, Mcenia, we're doing very well. I don't know how much I'll be able to cover today as the final day. I see you're not supposed to jump over the line. This is immediately visible as the concept. You don't jump over the line. That's what it is. And maybe it has a low clear rate because people didn't understand that or weren't able to execute it. Because, of course, you don't want to hit the note block. Yeah, you have to be very, very careful. Thank you, Maker1, for all the memories, yeah. It's funny because as far as memories go, actually at this point the majority of the Mario Maker 1 that I played was after the launch of Mario Maker 2, I think. And that we've, well, not the majority, but definitely close to maybe, you know, say 40% of my total playtime in Maker 1, let's say, was going over classic levels after I was already a Maker 2 streamer. Because I think I returned to this game much more than most people did in recent years. Even just between doing the YMM levels and a couple of puzzles a few years ago. Whoa, too high. I was wondering if that would get me over the line. Yeah, doing the YMM levels and a couple of puzzles a few years ago, and then doing a lot of full Maker profiles in Maker 1 this year. My best memories of Maker 1, let's say, are actually substantially from after most attention to it had dropped off and we were kind of going back to rediscover some classics. Merlin, you bought a Switch just to get Maker 2? Yeah, a very strong incentive to do so. Sad but funny thing, you only started playing Maker 2 in September last year. Well, I mean, think of all the good content that you have to catch up on, right? And which is more realistic for you to catch up on now that a lot of big makers have slowed down quite a bit. Yeah, never too late to get in. There's always a bit of a spike in uploads in Maker 2 from data that people have collected when there is a seasonal sale or anything like that, so whoops. Need to position this a lot better. But you played Maker 1 in 2015, yeah. I think it was the case with a lot of people that they put in a couple of weeks into Maker 1 in 2015 and didn't even make it to the first checkpoint patch before they were either diverted by something else or had already drawn their own conclusions over whether a Maker game was for them, where you would see even very dedicated Nintendo players in some cases. I feel like they just didn't have the creative energy to make use of this game, or on the other hand, if they were more kind of player-centric, they would play a little bit of 100 Mario and burn out of it immediately just because of the quality situation in the early weeks in particular. Yeah, we were at a start, I think. And so, you know, when I was kind of making room for new makers to track and follow, I was clearing out some of my earliest follows from the early weeks in 2015 when I was basically keeping track of anybody reasonably competent. And it is amazing just how many profiles went dormant by early October 2015. Whoops. Oh, let's not jump here, obviously. Descriptivist, is Lil Curbs going to make it? I don't know. I mean, I know he's going for second clear of trimming herbs, right? And that he's still doing it because at this point he's invested so much time. I did see that he's streaming it. I don't know if he'll make it, though. It already seemed like the first clear by Sanix was sort of down to the wire, and also something that, you know, had been anticipated for a few days, I suppose, because he was already one jump away several days in advance. So I don't really know what Curb's progress has been. I haven't been following so much. Yeah, he's definitely locked in. I could imagine that, yeah. Oh, too high. You have to do just the shortest of hops there, and probably before the cannon comes down, because even the short bounce off the cannonball is too much. He's very optimistic about the progress he made today, yeah. I mean, is he on break right now, or is he still going? I did see that he was streaming earlier. I don't know if he's still on. But I would assume with the deadline looming that he's, you know, really trying to cram it in the final hours. Oh, he ended hours ago, okay. Yeah, I did see he was on with that. Well, I hope he doesn't oversleep or something. Yeah, I mean, you know, if he has a good sense of how close he is, then hopefully he'll make it. That'll be a good thing to put on his wall, even if it is just second clear. Oh, oops, I need to not jump over the line here, even if it's just a bit of an early adjustment to build momentum. Praying for the wall, yeah. Exactly. Every time he accomplishes something interesting, he puts something on his wall. This time, he put his fist through the wall. Now, I noticed Little Curbs as a content creator in Maker 2, partly because he is a very good video editor, in that, you know, the way he packages his content is extremely good. And when it comes to doing concise explanations of what exactly is happening when he's surmounting a major challenge and why it's an accomplishment. So, I find that's a sort of central part of his appeal in some ways. But yeah, I don't have the time or wherewithal to edit my mountains of Maker footage nearly as well, and besides, it's not like I'm doing content that's really that hard. How do I like turn-based combat? Okay, let me put it this way. I streamed like 200 hours of Fire Emblem Engage last year. I'm probably more of a turn-based person than a platforming person in some ways, and I'm very much a platforming person. Yeah, I put in a lot of time in triangle strategy as well, but I didn't stream it because I was mostly progressing offline, and I should go back to do the additional routes in it, or the hard mode at some point, and maybe that's something a little more streamable. So now you have to stay above the line, which we'll have to do by way of, like, maybe jumping around or something. Or, actually, no, we just go like this, yeah. The one-way panels are going to restrict me completely, so... Oh, bad idea. Yeah, because that drops you. If you are within camera range of the skewers. I've actually recently... I mean, the thing I've been doing off-stream while I've been winding down Maker 1 is I finally started my 4th route through Fire Emblem Three Houses. After putting it off for several years, I played my first 3 routes back in 2019 and 20. It was actually one of the things that pulled me off of Mario Maker 2 for a while. But I sort of... finally I had a situation where, you know, it sort of made sense to occasionally poke around in Three Houses again as my handheld thing, and do a couple of unconventional approaches with it. Okay, so I need to bump my head on this and then land on platforms as much as possible, and then, yeah, you're never going to outrun this. You do need to just bump your head and jump. You started playing A Way Out with a Friend. The title rings a bell. I can't remember what it is, though. The title rings a bell as a co-op thing. Like, I know it's a co-op game, but... and not just because you mentioned it in a co-op context. But I can't quite visualize what it is, I think. I might be confusing it with a different co-op game as well. Oops. No, I'm trying to cut momentum there and just land on that platform. It's not happening. Gotta escape prison and take down someone together. That sounds familiar. Isn't it one of those games by that one guy who pretty much specializes entirely in large-scale two-player co-op? Like, is that one of the, what is it, Joseph Fares games? Because he's the guy who's like the sort of co-op designer all the time, right? Was a really big proponent of that format. Yeah, we need to kind of pull back on this jump and land on the key. A little bit of space. Oh, no, too bad. Well, yeah, now we're kind of locked in this position, so no luck from here. But we did get as far as the key, so. Yeah, I was trying to remember which game of Way Out it is. I do remember that was a co-op, and now that you mentioned it's a prison escape, perhaps I can visualize it. Oh, and I'm probably confusing it with like It Takes Two or something, but it's not by the same guy, is it? Or am I thinking of something else completely? Whoops. Yeah, so we made it to the key previously, we just slipped it. This position. It's been a long time since I've done any substantial co-op. There's one regular here on my stream who is kind of a co-op specialist maker at Maker 2, and I still have to run a lot of his profile at some point. And we previously played some of the co-op maker puzzles that were kind of the bonus package for SMM1 as well. But in terms of full co-op games, it's been a while since I've really run one. I was very fond of the co-op campaign in Portal 2, actually. It was a very distinct experience from base Portal 2, and some of the solutions are still quite memorable to me to this day. Okay. And let's... Whoop. We actually do want to bump heads against the one-way panel to just kind of control the angle that we have coming down here, and this becomes essentially kind of like a precision level where we just try not to slip too much. Now here we actually do want to bump this and head over the one-way panel this way. Good. Got it. Now we stay below the line. And then we sneak through. And yeah, if there's no P-switch activation, then the muncher is well out of the way. I didn't see the date on this level, whether it was pre-checkpoint. No, it's post-checkpoint. And then this is going to be controlled flight under the line, but we have to pop the bones and not do that. Because if you do that, then you don't get a chance to hit the curtain because the blasters are going to block off that location. So, yeah, It Takes Two and Way Out are made by the same people. I was trying to remember if that was the case, but okay, so I do know which game that is. Nope, nope, lost it. Yeah, this is just maintaining P-speed. 0.21 seems abysmally low as a clear rate for this level, actually. It's not that precise, but again, with Maker 1 you can never tell. Like, we've done some attempts on hard Kaizo levels that have much higher clear rates than this due to the player pool that stuck with it, and some very standard traditional platforming levels that just happen to be very long and consistency intensive that look more like this one. So yeah, as you can see, the blasters here gate you off if the P-switch is activated at any point, so you need to hit every dry bones and maintain P-speed as you go, and sometimes we might need to wait for some of them to lower into position. Nope, too high. Yeah, too high there as well. And then I think you have to stay within the box here because the swamp activates. So you have to stay within the box as you go up in order to wrap around the bone shell, which we didn't realize up to that point. Okay, this one should do it as long as we stay, again, within the box. That's a clear. That didn't go too badly at all, actually. With a clear rate. I think it's just because we understood the detector concept nice and early. And perhaps a lot of people crashed against us not understanding it, but it's hard to tell, again, with Maker 1. And the clear rates are not that meaningful. Speaking of detector levels, the next one looks like it might be one as well. Let's bring it up and see. And descriptive is, that's incredible, a kid-friendly game and a prison criminal game. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of another pairing that sort of works like that. Like, you have Nintendo, for instance, who made Super Mario World, which is a kid-friendly game, and then Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, which is about tax fraud. Don't look back. I suppose that counts. Oops. Oh, don't look back. Yeah. We read the title and then we just didn't do it anyway. But there is a directional detector here that is almost certainly Boo-based. Very popular concept. I don't remember when it was really popularized. This might have been one of the big levels that made it a thing, but it's something that I wasn't really caught on to when I started catching up on Steve videos, actually. Because I dropped off of Mario Maker 1 for several years, and then got back into it right at the end of 2018, and mostly by way of things like watching, some of Steve's content on YouTube and kind of learning about how people were building detector mechanisms and the like, which were not really that present in early Maker 1. Yeah, the crouch there to try to preserve the checkpoint mushroom did not work in my favor, so go back this way instead, and the faster we go through here, the sooner we can get away from the boos. I feel like we could have done a wall jump there, but that's a bad idea given that we shouldn't look back. I think the column at the end there was actually just a bunch of duplication. Yeah, Kavik, this is Don't Look Back. This is from the Japanese list. Number 79 on the list. He feels a bit sad, Hey Amsini, because if you know who Kavik is, he put a tremendous amount of time into trying to create a sort of high-quality culture in Maker 1, on top of creating a lot of high-quality levels, including the greatest Mario Maker 1 level of all time. I'm not the only one to say. Super Mario vs. Mecha Bowzilla. And so, yes, he has every right to be a little bit sad, because Mecha Bowzilla has, like, what, 300,000 plays or something, and it doesn't feel like it's enough. And in fact, as we got into the sort of final rush to just grab some downloads and backups and some keepsakes from this game, I think it's sort of important to acknowledge just how important some of those collaborative projects, like Years of Mario Maker and so forth, turned out to be in the long run, in terms of just a form of, you know, record keeping, and as a snapshot of history, where if you are kind of foggy on what you enjoyed or what was important, you can still have something to point to as a bit of a lodestar for that. And I think one can be satisfied that a lot of the sort of curatorial effort of putting that project together paid off in the long run, just to get people to remember something in this game. Something to remember Mario Maker 1 by. We do need to twirl here just to maintain positioning, I think. Because we have too much forward momentum. We should not do any forward momentum whatsoever, really. Actually, yeah, I'm not sure about the momentum control on the dry bones, so we need to figure that out. Because I kind of need to inch forward as we're going, but then no. We don't want to outrun it, so I suppose that's what the twirls are for. Yeah, Descriptivist, Steve actually has a secondary channel nowadays where he does kind of long form on games that he actually wants to talk about in ways that doesn't run into issues with the YouTube algorithm that wants his main channel to just be Mario Maker. And he actually had a pretty interesting video about Wind Waker that I watched not long ago. Because, you know, I love Wind Waker to bits, and I don't spend a lot of time on YouTube, but as with some other channels like Game Maker's Toolkit or the film channel Every Frame of Painting back in the day, it's sometimes useful, you know, even if you have something that's a little more introductory when it comes to the material that it's covering, that it explains my own perspective on things, or at least something close to my own perspective on things in a very succinct way that's very easy to share with people, where I can say, okay, you know, this isn't necessarily telling me that much that might be brand new, it might be much better known by the core community, and it might be kind of more of a popular explainer, but at the same time it provides a very valuable service in communicating that well, where you can kind of point to that and say, okay, you know, this is what I'm trying to tell you and what I have in mind. And I don't know Design Doc, actually, Descriptivist. I don't think so, anyway. And yes, Impulsive Vulcan, that is an L, and we are taking it in style. I think we do need to do the double twirl. Yeah, no, it's very difficult for me to see how the momentum control is going to work. And I think we do short bounces and we just have to nudge over slightly, but every time we fall behind... Yeah, I think we fall behind the big bones a little bit, and then we nudge forward as we fall behind. Kevik, because it's a don't look left level and I have no momentum control. Yeah, because we can't go left, right? So if I'm gaining any kind of momentum forward at all, I run into trouble. So that is why I'm dying to that part. Possibly I'm missing something obvious. But I'm not, you know, ground pound canceling my way through that or something. That would be silly. Whoops. I'm barely aware of what goes on YouTube nowadays, actually, and I say that after, like, minutes after talking about little curbs just not long ago. This is an issue. You know, do we need to follow the dry bones, or can we just outrun him? Maybe we just outrun him. We don't bounce on him, we just outrun him, because the burners are an alternating pattern anyway. He's just there for time pressure in the back. Yeah, okay, no, I don't see why we're bouncing on this guy. Let's do the obvious thing and just treat it as a pacing tool. Yeah, I don't know why I read that as a bounce, but I think I just sort of assumed, looking at this blindly for the first time, that the burner pattern was not so cooperative. Yeah, don't give me a tip. I mean, just, you know, watch the embarrassment and watch me cope with it accordingly. Checkpoint Mushroom is not going to be long for this world, I think. But... oh, hang on. No, unfortunately, the accidental wall jump did count as this block that we're running into here. Not only am I used to levels that are too hard, Descriptivist, I am used to levels that are more... Well, no, I am used to more levels that are more hard, but also used to levels that are, I guess, trickier when it comes to solution finding, you know, where the... part of the brain that wants to find a contrived method is just on all the time. Anyway, here we go. K-Pops, welcome back. Okay, so after we got through that little mental roadblock there, that fell pretty quickly. What's the plan for these final Maker 1 hours? Well, I'm finishing up with the Japanese list that I found a couple of weeks ago, which hits a lot of major classics that I have heard of, and many, especially from Japan, that I have not. And we've been discovering along the way definitely some levels I'm glad I saw before it shut down. After that, I do have some other things that I want to dial in if we have enough time. It really depends on how quickly we get through things today, because I normally can't stream for very long on this day, and we'll just have to see what we can fit in. I do have something specific in mind for how we'll close out later, but you'll just have to wait and see. You downloaded a few Funa levels, even after all these years, they're still unique. Yeah. It definitely seemed like Funa Kavik was kind of catching on to the possibilities of, you know, multi-room formats in particular, much earlier than a lot of people. Anyways, Srent over here, by the way, is the one who made Enchanted Road, which is one of the all-time classics. And this one over here. And this is one profile as well that I wish I'd really gone through. I have played a lot of his levels in 2, but not so much in 1, and given just, you know, what a massively influential level Enchanted Road was, and just how beautifully it was put together, I really should have looked at more of these. But here's Mega Man versus Digman and Digwoman. Descriptivist, did I watch the 3-hour documentary video about the culture of Mario Maker troll levels and creators? I think someone mentioned it to me and I have not seen it. Because, yeah, we have a couple of loose connections with the troll community, but I'm not totally abreast of what's going on there. But, you know, they have a very unique history of their own in a way, and their own institutional memory for the technical development of these games. At some point I do want to run Bandwagon World and Maker 2, but we'll see. I'm still in Don't Look Left mode. This is a problem, is that I play one level and it just kind of bleeds over to the next one. I was still thinking in terms of Don't Look Left, and it was totally affecting my jumps here. Anyway. Well, this happens a lot to me sometimes where, you know, I play, say, a 20-second speedrun level, and then the next level I take is just go, 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 and then I take some kind of plotting puzzle level, and the next level I just start immediately looking at all the object possibilities and door configurations and so on. I feel like this vine above the mole was quite reachable, but this whole conveyor element over here, by the way, is very much the kind of thing you see in a Mega Man game. And oh, there we go. And Netcat, welcome. In a Mario Brothers team, if you're fire and you take damage, do you turn small? No. I mean, it's Mario Maker rules, it's not actual Mario rules, right? At least I don't believe so. It's amazing how poor my memory for basic stuff is sometimes. Whoops, nope, that was bad. Again, we just had to read the timing element here and listen for the audio cue at the start. Boop. Oh, Cyber Shadow was the one that was published by but not developed by the Yacht Club people, right? Like, not exactly the same developers as Shovel Knight, but we're kind of cross-promoted with them. Is that what I'm thinking of? That was kind of vaguely Ninja Gaiden. Okay, this thing over here. I think this is the track glitch that we previously saw on one of Metrofu's levels that sends everything going way up in the air off a detached track. Yeah, this is something that was a glitch that was patched out as far as I was told. Whoops, and we're going to run straight into this anyway. Oh, you're saying it deceptively looked like Ninja Gaiden but played nothing like it. Yeah, I mean, I know little enough about it that I thought it was just some kind of Ninja Gaiden tribute or clone. Unless I'm thinking of, I don't know, The Messenger or something. Yeah, Merlin, this was only briefly a thing in Maker 1, and I saw it, or at least remembered it for the first time just a few weeks ago when I was playing Everything by Metrofu, who has a very interesting take on that particular interaction. In the script of this, if you lose all your lives, the game ends. What were they thinking? Yeah, I really like the survival element of SMM1, actually, in all seriousness. You see some players nowadays that complain about anything having lives because they have no patience whatsoever for repeating more than one room at any point in a video game, right? But I just don't understand the mentality. I feel like consistency as a form of resource management is something that's actually quite important. You can also loop around the bottom left here if you take damage, as you can see. I wasn't taking advantage of this, but you do get some additional mystery mushrooms if you fail as miserably as I've been. Oh yeah, you have to jump on the same one, that's what it is. I keep missing this timing. You have to apply some Mega Man thinking here when it comes to pattern reading. That cat... The placement that makes this work, I think... If you look at it in the editor, it's not obvious why it works. There's a particular track setup with a detached track that just used to behave this way and doesn't anymore. So. SMM1 didn't have the infinite one-up shell trick, you would have quit and never beat the game. Well, I mean, you know, back in its own time, beating the game was much less of a social expectation, right? I think nowadays, you know, Nintendo just hands out end credits like candy when you're 20% through the content they put in. Partly, I think, because you have so many people who all feel entitled to a sense of closure at some point. And whoops, even if they barely see the game to get there. The most ridiculous extreme of this was actually in Captain Toad, where you get to see the end credits of the game after finishing Chapter 1, effectively. It's actually a much more involved game than that, past that point, but... Oh hey, this is a really interesting take on the Mega Man boss room, and it's a dual fight with, you know... what are the names again? Digman and Digwoman, so... Which one is which, I wonder? I mean, presumably it's the spininess of Digman. Because that's just how a lot of dimorphism works when it comes to horns and antlers and spikes and the like, but you never know with a species. Ski, we're going the other way. This is the flagpole, obviously, but I just want to see if P-switch expiry reveals anything. Or if the flag reveals anything. Let's see. Nope. That will end. Yeah, I loved Captain Toad as well. But you could definitely tell that they were, you know, at the extreme end of being soft with giving the player some credits to look at. But yeah, I think it's sort of interesting, the psychology behind when people give themselves permission to fall off a game, basically, right? Where they can tell themselves, okay, I'm done with this. I've seen this particular landmark, and I'm happy to not continue to whatever benchmark is next. Let's keep going. So yeah, glad some of you could see the track glitch in action before it was over. I've got to dig up another code now. Because, yeah, I'm paging through the Japanese list. We're on the Part 9 list now, which actually begins with To Kill a Megabirdo, which we have seen, and it is spectacular. But we'll, of course, be skipping over to the ones that we have not seen or recorded. We're currently on number 82. You wouldn't have the patience to finish Princess Peach Showtime? As in the 100% collection for it, or? Because it's pretty short, right, to get to the end credits on that. Anyway, Monty Mole on the Cliff. That certainly looks to be the case if you look at both the thumbnail and the artwork. But yeah, the consequence of, you know, having way too many video games nowadays designed to be theoretically played forever, or theoretically the only game that you play, is that, you know, you don't actually end up playing it forever. What you end up happening is what ends up happening is that you just kind of burn out on it over time, right? And I don't know that it's necessarily a positive situation for, in some ways, the majority of video game experiences to just end with burnout. So you load the little moles, and then it's kind of not exactly like Lemmings, but, you know, you have to load a sufficient number of moles to push the big mole off, which I find very interesting, that you need to be accurate enough that the little moles don't just walk off by themselves, and you have to get enough going with a good timing. Just launch somewhere in the basket, and get enough in the basket to push the big one off. There we go. This is very interesting. My timing is just horrible. Anyway, I'll pass room 2. Yeah, in that cat, this is very unique. So, it's telling me that having the mole fall on the piece, which is a bad thing, and having the mole fall on the note blocks for the key is a good thing. Which is, by the way, a Japanese graphic convention that matches what was once the conventional Japanese button layout on the PlayStation controllers when it comes to confirm and cancel, before the rest of the world ruined it. Anyway, let's... Oh yes, okay, so you need to push it away from the P-switch, I see. But then at some point you need to take the risk of loading over to the second track. So you push this all the way back if you can, but then at some point you do need to load more in to push them all back further. This is fantastic. By the way, this is fantastic. I've seen so many mold concepts. I've never seen something like this. And you'll even have a little mold disco party at the end, which is very fitting. Elite Beat Agents Iconography, exactly. We will, of course, as always, do the expert mode, which is actually, for some reason, much more a Japanese convention in some ways, especially if you just label it EX. So, loading it on a one-way panel is good. Having it on a piece, which is bad. Okay. So, well, we better get loading. Let's not waste any time. And we want to hit all three just to, you know, get one of these dumped from the blaster. And then, yeah, we just kind of alternate between these. I'm not particularly strategic about this. I'm just trying to unstack as many as I can. This only works, by the way, with pipe stacking, spawning tons of moles at once. It's not something you can really recreate the same way in Maker 2. Because notice if you hit the moles, that it's clearly the result of like a 5 stack on a pipe. And these moles will have a little volcanic eruption here as well. And we'll get a propeller for the Miiverse screenshot, as well as a Yoshi if we bother to do that. Yeah, Kavik, this is pretty deep in the Japanese list. This is sort of on the second last page, like the 9th out of 10 pages. And I pulled a couple of the ones I've seen locally, because there have been a few along the way that were big standouts, for sure. But of course, a lot of levels that would be known to you already as well. Anyway, let's punch in another one. I've just been skipping over to the ones that we have not previously recorded. I don't know if people properly see the list that I'm talking about properly pinned in the chat. But if you see a pinned message in a chat, that has the link to what I'm going off of. And we're currently on number 84 on the list that I dug up from a Japanese blogger forum that was made in 2017. Anyway, Club Fitness. This is SMB1. I wonder if we get Wii Fit Trainer in this one. I remember there was actually one really good use of Wii Fit Trainer that was in one of the YMMs, in fact. I'm thinking of the volleyball level by Grit Toffee, I believe. Which was specifically a Wii Fit level. But anyway, let's see what Club Fitness over here is going to look like, and why you're so hungry at the end after working off all that meat. Fitness. Oh, by the way, yeah, the effect combined with this background and the semi-solids was really kind of lovely to look at. Your weight. So we have to pick a weight class, apparently. Oh, we have to get weighed next to these Goombas. Unfortunately, no seesaws in this game, so you can't really have good reading. What does this even say? Ah, yes, okay, so you get the reading here, which is at your 86 kilograms. Really? Okay. Gotta cut down on the shrooms. Do it. Alright, let's work it off. On the treadmill. And then it is just a bit of a survival timer until the bomb ignites. It is not a Wii Fit Trainer level, incidentally, but it's still reasonably fit. Or like, whoops. I don't know, Ring Fit Adventure. I haven't actually played Ring Fit Adventure, but it would be interesting to have Maker 2 levels that are designed for its control scheme. Tried something at least. Anyway, so we worked off some weight. Now we're 52 kilograms. Wow, that's substantial weight loss. So we're now Lanky Mario. But we do better, right? I mean, what's after Lanky Mario? After Lanky Mario, we have Hungry. Ah, yes, and then we have to eat some meat again, and we put on some weight. And this is meat. If we go this way... But what if we go this way? Oh. Yeah, we want to peel off the Goombas because they're our lunch, right? And there's a door on the other side, but it doesn't look reachable. Unless there's a block under it, but we can't hit that or anything. So, the Goombas, I think, are just a pretty cosmetic thing here that looks like you're carving meat off the bone, which we're going to needlessly fail. That's okay, we'll just run this again. We'll just think about that as dying to food poisoning. Because that's what happens when you just chow down on Goomba meat. There's one big block of, you know, processed, condensed ground Goomba. Oops. Next time we'll just go for the flag, sure. Yeah, pretty much purely a survival room, but it's sort of neat to see occasionally how some of the stacking comes together. Because just with the same pipe spawns, but yeah, they are going to remain on camera within our position on track consistently, I think. But we have to get out of here still before the thwomped gym trainer here has a word with us. There's a bubonic plague implanted in my food. Yeah, there usually is. Typical. Anyway, this is going to come down. And... bomb's going to go off, and then we just need to, you know, actually make it across for once. There we go. Almost. Much better. When we tried hard. Yes, we did. Anyway. Hungry? Pretty much. And, yeah... There's skulls in those bones for a reason, I suppose. Okay, you can't actually hit the top of the flag anyway, so... But I sort of want to see how the door there is matched. I bet it's not actually anything, but I want to see. Hopefully this doesn't drop us into the abyss from the left side. Or okay, we can do that too. I'm just messing around here at this point. Okay. I'm going to try to see if we can actually get over to that. Because, yeah, you can't hit the flag from this position anyway, so if you sneak over... Does this drop me? Or... Oh, it totally drops me. Okay, let's just redo it. I was thinking, you know, where else could that door possibly be linked? Unless it's a bonus room, but... We're thorough about this kind of thing. So we don't mess around in the fitness room, I suppose. Well, we made a much bigger issue out of this than we should have, but this time let's actually grab the flag. That is so much rapid weight loss, it can't actually be healthy. Seems a little extreme. But yeah, that's the better way to chow down, is you just, you know, grab all the one-ups off of that. Right off the bone. Wonder what the title is. I'm going to put it through machine translation, and then people here who actually speak Japanese can correct me. Mario's 3-minute fitness. That's what it says, I think. Yeah, he's got to get ready for Punch-Out. That cat. And shed some of that water weight. Okay, let's see something else. Oh. Let me see if I punched this incorrectly. We have seen a couple of dead codes along the way, so. Let's just do another one. At this stage, not going to be too thorough about researching dead codes to see if we can find a re-upload or something. We'll just go on. Koopa signal. And pink means stop, green means go. That seems more or less conventional. Let's see how it plays. About, what, 96,000 plays in this one. This is something super popular. Stop and go. We will, of course, mess around here a little bit just to see. Oh, looks like maybe there's a return pipe for a reset. Well, green means go, right? So you just go. Red means stop. And then, I see it, and the light changes and it tells you when to go for it. So that's basically just the tutorial, and then at a certain point, you're fine. And then you have to go, and then hit the mushroom check immediately. Stop. And go. And then we sail on, I guess, totally. Are we under any particular time pressure? It didn't seem so. But anyway, track setup down below is going to be relevant here as we see go. Nothing switching it back to stop though. I wonder if there'll be a more advanced part of this at all. Or yeah, it means go. We just need to react quickly sometimes though. Go. It does give you a bit of flexibility with reaction time. Ah, no, it says stop there, that's why. Yeah, because once you get to start, then you hit that location and you stop. That's exactly what I thought this level would do to me at some point, you know, in terms of changing it around, and we just didn't pay attention. Version made a really good stop and go level with Maker 2, yeah. I think I know which one, that cat, because I did play a good chunk of Version's levels. Okay. Now we wait. Go, and then grab the star and stop. And then wait for the P-switch to expire. After the P-switch expires, it's going to say go, because of actually a track, nothing to do with the P-switch expiry, just a timed track load-in. I mean, obviously we should take the left, right? It might just be a trap on the right, who knows? Is it? Unless this is just the clear section and... Oh, maybe you get to pick... Yeah, if you take the other route, then you get some other challenge to take you to the top of the flag. So we will see that. This is easygoing enough that we will replay. Okay, let's do it again. And we'll take the other side this time. I wasn't quite sure if that was meant to be a hard mode or if that was indicating something else to me. So, well, now we know it's something that will get us to the top of the flag, so we should check it and not just run ahead impulsively. Go. And we'll wait for this one as well. Stop, and let's wait. And go. Yeah, same thing as before, we'll just take the right side this time and see what the stop room pipe has to offer. Okay, down this time, and we'll see what this is all about. Whether it's an extra room. So it's... Oh, okay. It just resets you to the beginning, so that's nothing. It's just... Okay. So you can't get the top of the flag, I suppose. Unless... No, I think it just kicks you out. Let's take a look at the overall layout, perhaps, to see if there was some kind of accessible segment above the ceiling. But it looks like the top of the flag was just blocked off. Yeah, it's just blocked off. There's nothing there. Because it's just the last scoop in the end segment. Okay, so we're seeing it. Let's dial in another. Lick the Earth. Space snakes. I guess this character here is what you might look like after you've licked the Earth. In fact, you can look at the pixel art here on the right side here too, and you definitely see somebody giving the planet a good licking. Anyway, up we go. Oh, whoops. Speed of that track definitely caught me by surprise here. I think that's also with the old track glitch then, if it's setting me flying that high. Let's read what's going on here for a moment. This is sort of going back and forth. We get to the coin location and then we get pushed down to the P-switch. That drops to Muncher and then that continues the circuit. And then I guess we just continue down here. I don't know if the P timing matters here, but this is just going to be flight. And land here and head around to the burner. Nothing over here. Oh, let's just wait for the burner over here and then we'll drop just down below and hold relatively still as we see the pattern to wrap around. That was unwise, but we did it. Whoops. And then we fly out of here into this segment, nothing up here, that's okay. And this will also double as a P-switch gate. And yet, once again, using the track glitch just launch you all the way up. Now at this point... yes, you just duck and let the conveyor do its job. Oh, we should have ducked into that. That was a bad idea. Let's... I think we actually kind of have to take the death at this point, though, because I don't see a way. Too bad. Anyway, let's load ourselves here again into this rocket. Sure. We'll just carry me out. That was rather careless. But that's how we've been playing, so... We'll just grab a leaf immediately anyway, which is why I was not too concerned about power-ups. And up we go. As you can see, it's from those diagonal tracks. That seems to be a vital part of the setup, that you're kind of going past the tip of the other diagonal tracks, like you're being loaded in and immediately kicked out or something. I think that's how the setup works, but... Yeah, we... Oh, should have ducked down here. But we'll get out. And here we're on top of the Earth. Big planet. And I think we must be fairly near the exit, we just need to get into the tongue, right? Let's fly over there. And then we do need to watch our timing here and definitely stay crouched. Oh, just stay crouched. Yeah, plenty of the hyperspeed going on, but we'll drop in checkpoint, grab a leaf, and then continue immediately. We'll wait for the timing here. Yeah, we generally want to duck everywhere, in fact. The level just kind of plays itself. Up to a point, and then you back around, and then jump your segment, and then quite the launch over there. Have we been licked yet? I think this counts. Oh, found car along the way. I wonder if this is just for a secret. Or actually, no, this is just a way out. And we'll just bump our way out here, which is totally unnecessary, but we'll check everything. And coming out of that, we see planets, but of course I'm going to check around a little bit first. No, nothing really. And then we just follow the licking pattern over here, which is going to eject me somehow. As expected. Seems like a fairly sensitive place to land there, but that's okay. Let's proceed. Separation plant. And it tells me this is hard, but clear rate looks gentle, so maybe it's a hard mode of something else. Regardless, this is from October 2016. We'll see what it's all about. And why exactly we might want to reset a separation of plants. Super Mario Maker, and then peas this way, blasters this way, I suppose? We'll see. Ah, yes, okay, so we need to use the head bump to load things in different locations. And then that gets rid of the munchers and also doesn't drop this muncher into, well, somewhere else that would inconvenience me. Okay, blasters go down freely, winged peas go left, regular peas go right. Do I know Wildermyth? I don't think so. Unless it's somebody whose handle has changed. Whoops, oh, that's bad. It's wrong. Can we reset? We can just reset the room. But yeah, if you remind me of who that is, maybe I do, but I don't think so. Name would probably be more familiar to me if I didn't. Let's... Oh yeah, oh, had to watch the... Oh, you know, let's just reset it. I actually don't know what the failure condition is here in terms of how that affects the munchers, but... Or... Yeah, it seems like that if the peas go to the wrong location, then you would have an activation of a pea that you don't want, and then perhaps that causes problems. You know, winged peas go anywhere but where they're supposed to. Then perhaps you get into trouble. Now that should crush the remaining Goomba and give me the key. Yeah, because we're trying to avoid a P activation, right? And a P activation would do something to us here. Okay. We're still Maker Mario here. Winged peas go freely. Regular peas go right, blasters go left. Sure, let's grab this stuff too. Oh, it's the name of a game. Okay, I thought it was like somebody's handle. And now that you mention it, I think I actually have heard of it, but I would not have played it. I love how there is a visual reminder immediately on screen for what you are supposed to do with the sorting. Yeah, no, the name rings a bell now, as far as the game goes, but whoops. Oh, we totally messed this up. Hang on, let's try again. I have very little background in D&D, I would say. I've got casual familiarity with it at best. Whoops, no, not supposed to bump that. Yeah, bouncing the blaster columns off your head is, I think, quite different from how it just crushes you at Maker 2, I think. There are a lot of object collisions that, whoops, don't work the same way in Maker 2, and I believe this is one of them. I mean, you can bump peas off your head all day in Maker 2, and we've seen lots of puzzles involving that, particularly a lot of the Zelda puzzles involving the Link costume. We've seen the head bumps all over the place, but you can do a lot more head bumping in Maker 1. I've seen some really fascinating head bump puzzles, actually. There's a whole series of those by Pink Birdo. But yeah, it's pretty elegant how it's set up. I mean, some of the actual failure condition setup is off screen, but it just sort of ensures, I think, that if any of the objects goes to one of the locations, one of the two locations where it's not supposed to go, then you trigger failure. Are you talking about the fight from Undertale? Because... oh, no. Yeah, I have a very vague memory of it, because basically the one and only time I played Undertale was before Maker 1 came out, I think, if I remember 2015 accurately. Unless Undertale was slightly later than that. I somehow recall it being a 2015 game. But I don't remember if it came up before Maker 1 or slightly after. But yeah, I only ever had very casual familiarity with Undertale, so whoops. But now that you mention it, it does kind of feel like some of the dodging and positioning interactions in that game when it came to the combat system. Okay, of this. Just need to read this accurate. Okay, no, we shouldn't go left after that blaster column. We need to slip out to the right instead of running across when the flying pea switch is coming. Yeah, and I haven't kept up with Delta Rune or anything at all, but I mean, I know the whole point of Undertale is to sort of do multiple runs and see all the routes and such, but I just never got around to it. Okay. Oh, missed one. Let's try it again. Yeah, because past a certain track pattern, you see the munchers on the sides activate the peas when the peas float into location underneath them, and then that triggers some kind of failure. Specifically, it drops a spring, whoops, on the left side, which I think would then preclude you from hitting the Goomba. So it doesn't kill you, there's nothing that kills Mario, but if you fail, then it locks you out of getting the key, basically. Because it would drop the spring down on the Goomba stack such that the Goombas would end up above the stack. And then not be crushed by the blasters that you send into that column. So I see how it works now. Okay. Oh, no, I definitely bumped one by mistake. you loved rhythm games. Yeah, I only got into... Well, I mean, you mentioned Elite Beat Agents, right, earlier. But I only got into Rhythm Heaven with the 3DS eShop shut down last year when I kind of grabbed Rhythm Heaven Megamix on a whim, since it was something that was becoming totally unavailable. Whoops. And I just absolutely fell in love with Rhythm Heaven, and now I wish I had the Wii game as well, but I missed the opportunity to buy that digitally on a Wii U, and now the, you know, actual discs of Rhythm Heaven Fever on the Wii are very hard to come by at a reasonable price. They have totally skyrocketed in price. But I absolutely fell in love with Rhythm Heaven. It is just incredible. And it was one of those that was kind of a priority to get on the 3DS as well, because, you know, even though Citra Emulator was taken down recently for legal reasons, rhythm games don't emulate well because of input latency, right? And so it was one that I kind of felt like I had to look into, and I cannot believe I slept on that series for so long. Oops, nope, missed a P. I might let the Rhythm Heaven Iceberg video on YouTube. I will look that up after stream. I will definitely look that up. This is run well, we'll see. Have to be attentive here. And, oh, there we go. That was close to failure, but there are definitely some positions that are not quite what I need. I was just a few objects away from the finish there. And actually we have 50 seconds left before we respawn from checkpoint, but didn't even think about a timeout in spite of the fact that the music here is accelerating. It's quite fun of that, you probably know it, the Rhythm Heaven Smash Brothers mashup video. That was by Mega64, I think. Oh, whoops. Nope, that's an issue. Missed the last one. Luca, welcome. And yes, that's an accurate representation of the motions that Builder Mario is going through here. And then, time's up. I actually didn't know, I think, that Builder Mario's death chime was the Mario Paint chime. It makes a lot of sense, but I don't think I'd actually died in the Builder Mario costume before, or in the context where I remembered it, so... Hearing some of that classic Totaka here definitely was a treat. I mean, that is the Mario Paint chime, right? I seem to recall it being the case. Oh, no. I keep missing this wing P at the very end. The Mystery Mushroom costumes, yes, everyone has different death music. And everybody has different goal sound effects as well. They put a lot of work into the Mystery Mushroom costumes, and a lot of it you don't necessarily even see because, you know, there are certain things that you'll only see upon death or clear, or while you're climbing vines or swimming, or running in a certain way. Whoops. Nope. But yeah, there's a ton of depth to the Mystery Mushroom costumes in this game that all went out the window with Maker 2. Luca, good news for you. Is this something Maker related or not Maker related? either way, congratulations on good news, I guess. Whoops. Did I accidentally bump one? I totally did, I think. Yeah, this is a great level. We've seen a lot of kind of track positioning challenges like this before, where you know, dodge enemies coming down a column, or have to swat objects coming down a column or something, but nothing with a 3-column setup like this one. This is very much unique to this level, I think. Luca, you got your Wii U to work, so you have 4 accounts to fill up the levels. You need recommendations or less. Yeah, I can do that. I filled up 2 profiles. I mean, one of them I spent entirely on YMM, because YMM takes up, what, 111 slots, because there are 112 levels, but one of them is completely gone, since the maker just disappeared off the face of the earth. But, whoops, oh, missed the last one. That's a tough little nudge at the end there, where you have to dodge the flying P switch, but edge to the left just in time to bump the blaster. That's why we've been having trouble. It actually is legitimately a tight window. That one. So. Okay. Here we go. And yeah, Luca, I'm glad you managed to recover your Wii U just in time. Anyway, let's bump this. Luca, I don't know if you're still in the old YMM Discord. There's been a lot that's posted there. And on my Discord, for this channel, I have kind of a log of all of the makers that we showed off 100% over the course of the last few months. If you want to cross-reference that against anything you might have seen on stream. But definitely in terms of specific recommendations, yeah, I'll have to make time to actually write some down. Also, for anything that you're seeing here today, we're currently using the Japanese recommendation list that we saw previously, and there have definitely been some highlights for me here that I've grabbed along the way, so... Now, the thing is, I don't know realistically how long I can stay after a stream today to do additional download and cleanup. I have to make the time to do it, and you know, this is already a bit of an unusual streaming day for me, so... Whoop. Yeah, that last one is a difficult nudge. I see what has to happen with the last one in terms of the motion there, that you have to basically bump the P to the right, cut across, and then nudge to the left. Like, it's a very specific motion that needs to happen there. Why we keep missing it. It's pretty specific. Oh no, wrong way. Yeah, Luca, because that'll basically account for one profile by itself, very nearly. I've accepted that I won't be able to download nearly as much as I want, but I've grabbed a good chunk of favorites from recent experience today. We'll want to look at further someday. And of course, you know, everything we show today might be potentially interesting as we make new discoveries all the way to the end. This level has taken me longer than most today, but that's mostly just because of this room. Just need to get in the zone here. yeah, we've seen so many variants of this idea with 2 columns, but never with 3, I think. But again, in Maker 2, of course, the head bumps are much more limited. We need to stay to the right in that one. You say you got your Wii U to work kinda. I hope it means it actually works, and that there's no single point of failure that you're having issues with. No, wrong way on that one. That was, of course, the final set of 3 as well. It's very tricky, that last bit. You have to be very quick at handling all 3 objects. I actually wonder if you just bump both the winged P and the blaster to the left on the last one, whether it's kind of cheesable by the blaster reaching the Goomba first and you just kind of get out the door from there. Whoops. No. Tricky. I don't know about that because, you know, winged objects, they move fast. It would probably outpace the blaster if we tried. Yeah, very elegantly made, this one. Okay. Nope, missed one. Your issue is charging cable and the gamepad battery. If you can keep the cable working, you should be fine, yeah. Because the battery is already barely able to hold any charge, yeah. Yeah, because it seems like the cable is the thing that should worry you. I pretty much keep my gamepad plugged in all the time now anyway. I don't think I have battery issues with it, but battery issues can sometimes develop very quickly. You know, my 3DS battery was fine until after a long absence it just wasn't. And then now I have maybe half an hour at a time on my 3DS, which is deeply annoying. And I can't replace the battery yet because the back of my 3DS has the screw stripped off. So at some point I need to do a battery replacement on it, because I've had a lot of circumstances recently where the 3DS is the most convenient system for me to play if I could play it, but missed it again. It's a really tricky maneuver at the end. Also, yeah, we're gonna hit timeout in a moment anyway, but we'll practice it. This is, no joke, actually the hardest level we played today, but... Oh, we just missed. We were in position, I was just a little too late nudging left. That was actually the best run we've had, in some ways, in terms of getting in position with no errors, except we were too late on the last bump. So... Super Mario Maker, let's do it. And bump, bump. Bump. Just gotta get in this zone after a little while. Nope. No, yeah, it outpaces. See, that's the thing, is that the Goomba is going to step on that P, and then the spring falls down, and then the Goomba doesn't get crushed from the blaster, so... We are making it to the end. Mystery Mushrooms do have death sprites, I think. Or, actually, oh, you mean in terms of the actual... I mean, I could have just shown you with a Blaster Crush here, if we can do it. No, maybe not. Okay, never mind. Mini piece which expire and then reset out of that, so... Yeah, this is actually the first time I've seen the failure condition in action. But... We saw something really neat in one level a little while ago that sort of took advantage of a particular Mystery Mushrooms up animation, or up sprite rather, and its similarity to the Death sprite. It was in one of the... I'm trying to remember which level that was. I think it was one of Glackum's, I think, where the hold up sprite as you're trying to enter a door or something actually kind of blended into the Death sprite of you. I just spilling it into the lava. So yeah, no, it's just the same Mario Death sprite. It has to be now that I think about that particular interaction. And yeah, Luigi Sopa definitely still mulling over this last little bump here. We're not giving ourselves enough time for the turnaround on that. That's... oh, no. One of the issues. Let's see it. The taunt button, it's just up. You hold up. But there are quite a few sprites associated with every Mystery Mushroom, so... Nope, yeah, just lost track at the last one there. You'd think we'd be able to just, you know, construct it by memory by now, but we have still been playing pretty much reactively. And you see, you don't want to just watch the objects that are being loaded in on top, basically, because of the way that the winged bees can outpace everything else. You do need to watch all the objects in motion here. Don't miss it too slow as they fall off the track, which can be a little bit dizzy. Like, basically you can't just keep your eyes glued on the ceiling because the winged peas will trick you out if you do that. Very deviously timed, this whole segment here, just to have a very gentle sense of escalation to it in terms of where you can fail and where you have to move wall kicks. Yeah, Luca, I've got a very disorganized set of tons of different codes and multiple posts. Let's... I will definitely send you something. Let's take a look. Okay, first of all, if you go to the codes channel on our channel's Discord, I posted the codes that are associated with every profile that I've streamed 100% over the last few weeks, and then I might just have to name specific levels that are recommended, because those codes don't point to the best levels, they just point to the first ones. Secondly, maybe I should copy something over to the 8MMC channel, because I did make a list of some of the ones I've downloaded very recently, like within the last few streams. And I just need to copy that over, I think, to either you privately in Discord or somewhere. And you know what, since you're active with your Wii U and you're trying to do this right now, let me just try to send you a message on Discord and see what I can do. And yeah, just give me one moment here. since, like I said, I don't know how long I can stay afterwards. Just give me one moment here. If you're watching on stream, I'll just try to manage this quickly. And let me just try to dig up my list from this channel. Yeah, just give me a moment. I know that everything feels very time sensitive. Comes to everything with people managing data in this game. Anyway, back to the stream. Let's reset this. Yeah, actually, I'm going to paste this one code in chat because I think people will be interested in it. Let me try to find it. So the code that I just pasted in chat is one that I actually picked up off somebody else's stream about a week or two ago. And for those of you like me who are nowhere close to unlocking all costumes yourself, that is a level that just has all the costumes in question blocks for you to play with. And it has things like a water section and a vine section and everything that allows you to just play with the sprites. So that'll hopefully be useful for people. I've got my level list that we're working off as the pinned message right now, but I'm actually going to pin that code later because it seems like something that a lot of people will be interested in. Yeah, I'm so glad I found that. It's by Antisocial, who hasn't come to my stream because, you know, different hours of the day, but was hanging out on another channel that we know, so. And so yeah, I'm very fortunate in that I saw that in action just a week ago or so and managed to find something like that because I barely ever played 100 Mario in this game. I disliked it immediately, pretty much. I mean, you know, but that was, of course, in the state of the game in 2015 when terrible content was abundant. Yeah. But I think I was very conditioned early on to focus on curated content in Mario Maker as the way to play. Because it's why, you know, to this day, I don't really play Endless in Maker 2 either. Still too late on the turnaround. I know what I'm doing here, and I'm trying to aim for it, but I'm just too late every time. It's a really difficult movement there to avoid the winged pea and hit the blaster, so... But yeah, this is very well designed when you look at the timings that have been laid out here to escalate the challenge just enough to keep you on your toes. Got it. That should be it. I think we got everything on the correct track. Yes, got it. Finally. Literally the hardest level that we've seen today, but we're through. And I think it's totally not going to be reflected in the clear rate as well because of how gently you can reset the final section. So this is an interesting thing, by the way. So Fire Flower and Mystery Mushroom have an interesting interaction in that they both take priority over each other. So if you hold the Fire Flower, you can swap into the Mystery Mushroom and vice versa. Which is something we've seen in some other levels as a bit of a gating mechanism. Because there aren't really any other power-up combinations that behave that way. Yes, Diablo style today is the last day. Servers shut down. It's either 4 p.m. Pacific or 5 p.m. Pacific, depending on who made the mistake about daylight savings in the Nintendo announcements, because somebody made a mistake. Basically, Nintendo of America said 4 p.m. Pacific, and Nintendo of Japan said 12 a.m. UTC, which would actually be 5 p.m. Pacific. But I think that's because the shutdown announcement was made before daylight savings kicked in, and probably somebody from Nintendo of America made a mistake. But as always, assume the worst, assume the earliest time, and that means assuming that it's going to be 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central European. It might be an hour later than that, but that is the time that you should plan around as to shutdown. Well, the thing is, they just said PT, right? So I think they, in the original announcement for the shutdown time that was made back in January or thereabouts, just didn't adjust for daylight savings or something. And so now there's a bit of confusion because somebody noticed the inconsistency. But anyway, assume 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central European, and if you get an extra hour, lucky you. So I can see now why this was called Separation Plant Hard, and I got into this level thinking, 6% clear rate, this isn't going to be hard. This was hard. Anyway, this is called The Pacifist. Don't kill. So let's not kill anything, I guess. I mean, you know, we might do it anyway just to see what the failure condition is and how it's triggered, but... yeah, descriptive is maybe the Undertale meta is all over the place here. Because it would kill it. Oh, I see. Because then there's a mandatory key when you have to do an up throw with a shell. This is the same don't kill gate check that we saw in the Guitar Hero level yesterday, where basically you have to get through the gate with an up throw of the shell that turns into a P-switch activation, which then gives you the P-door. And if you pick up any key at all at any point, then you fail the up throw. It is the exact same gate mechanism as the Guitar Hero check that we saw. Over the Goombas, of course, yeah. And then before the P-switch expiry, so this is time limited, as far as I can tell. And then we have to not kill this one. And not kill this one. And then, whoop, touchy there, but... Yoshi will be mostly useful here, perhaps, but we have to be rather exact. And then this is going to be the up throw gate check again. So why do Galoombas exist? What, just in a general philosophical sense, or in a development history sense? Because, I mean, originally they were just a Super Mario World Goombas, right? Like, they weren't actually retconned as Galoombas to be distinct from Goombas until 3D World, when they started to appear in the same spaces. So we blocked them all from falling down. We let the Thwomp hit once, but only once, maybe? Or actually, no, we get this guy out of the way. That's what we do. We save the Galoombas. Yeah, because back in, you know, if you look at the Super Mario World manuals or whatever, or the end credits with the enemy cast list, they're just called Goombas. And it wasn't until 3D World that they appeared in the same game as classic Goombas. And Required a new destination. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I see. It got up and walked off. I totally didn't see that. Oh, were we past checkpoint? I didn't even think about that when I hit start over. Oh, whoops. I don't mean to hit exit. Let's go back in. Because I was hesitating for a moment, thinking, were we past checkpoint? And now I'm so early in the level that maybe we were. That's okay. It happens. It's happened in much harder levels than this one, so. I actually haven't done that too much in Maker 1. This means we'll have a slightly falsified speed time, I guess. Okay, put it across. Drop. Yoshi. And then let's continue this way. We got this one up already in spirit, so we'll just exit here. Restart from checkpoint in Maker 3. Yeah, I probably still missed a button anyway, so. Do I ever like karaoke? I actually play an instrument. Oh, no, you're supposed to go here. Yeah, let's not reset. I haven't done karaoke in a long time, and the reason is because I actually prefer to play an instrument in live jam sessions where occasionally I accompany a vocalist in a live band. I haven't been able to go back to karaoke since then, I think. Because it's just a much better experience. If you play an instrument, anyway. But... and then the singers can be of varying quality, but oh, no, this is going to be a problem. Because we were supposed to save the Goomba first, and now we are dead. But that's okay, let's scout ahead to see what this is. Basically, we need to consistently save the Goombas. And then at this point, when we hit the P-switch... yeah, we don't kill this guy, we had to dodge the mole either way. I'm just scouting, obviously, we will lose, but... and then this is going to be the gate check over here. However, what is this? Exit or entrance? I don't know. P-switch would... oh, I guess if the P-switch is still active, like if you speed over here after the P-switch activation, then you can go through the extra door. Maybe. Unless it's a reset. Didn't the inventor of karaoke recently die, like within the last month or so? Somebody in Japan who lived to be 100 or so. Or am I thinking of news from years ago? Yeah, Descriptivist, I don't know if you have any particular favorites for karaoke night. Okay, well, you have to wait for P-switch expiry anyway, so yeah, the door over there has to be some kind of a reset or return path. Can't really be anything else unless you got another P-switch elsewhere. No, there's a P-switch up ahead here. Yeah, it's got to be some kind of reset. But this is telling me up here. Yeah, we have to probably loop back here at some point. Oh, okay, no. P-door gets you up here. That's what it is. The level just decided not to give you a P-door this time. Okay. Oh, we need to save all of these, actually. And not get these crushed. Oh, come on. We're gonna have timing issues here. And then... we were fine, actually. up to that point because nobody had died yet. As long as none of the Goombas get dunked by the P-switch, we're okay. As long as they don't die to crush death either. Very interesting segment. Oh, nope. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, we're gonna miss this. Because this one's going to die and then give us the key, so we don't do that. We had it the first time. But this time the accidental side throw there created some issues. It's going a little bit slowly. Yeah, if we're carrying the last one, we don't really care about bomb ignition over here. Of course, we can't let the Goomba walk off, so we can't do much with it. We can, of course, go for the 1-up. And just not kill this one. How do we avoid... Oh, because we stand on it when it's in the retracted position, right? Then, there we go. What the rocky wrenches. Ducking down below. What is this? Not just something to stand on. We have to go around the mold, grab the POW, and then use the POW to block off something else. Can't use the POW to kill anything though, so yeah, we move it over here. We move over here. And we have to take the POW forward to drop it in this location to get the Wiggler out of the way. It will go to the one-way panel and it'll be okay. The Wigglers can't die to me, so I could have just stomped on it if we really cared about speed. What does Mario even think as he puzzles his way through these diabolical labyrinths? I think what he thinks is... don't hit start over, don't hit start over. Oh, gotta be careful here. And then, of course, we need to grab this for the up throw. He is ever stoic and unflinching. Oh, what was the other P-switch interaction here? Did we have something to do with the key door that we could have done here? I'm trying to look at this, and after P-switch expiry, is there anything going on, or... no, that's just a death zone. That's just a death zone for when you accidentally get into a key door from having picked up a key. I was wondering what that was on the right. But yeah, that's just where you die, if you do in fact die. Well, we don't have any kind of additional shell throw for this. I don't think we can have any kind of object. So we'll just take this and go. Why is it that when he enters the room exactly when Galumba has already been trapped inside a cave before he arrives? Because... well, it's to give him ideas. So, clearly someone is on Mario's side here when it comes to warning him of the consequences of his actions. Okay, let's see what's next. In the recommendations, I did see that there was some kind of Ed Sheeran thing going on there. I didn't actually get a good look at the pixel art, but that's why we have things on video. This is a 96% level, which means that it's some kind of auto level, but maybe it's something fun to look at. It's about 2 minutes long, so it is some kind of cutscene level, and we're going to see what it is. I'm going to try to do a bit of a machine translation on a title just to see what it's all about. Sometimes I like to just narrate auto levels to make sense of what's going on, but the title is something like Will Pekun carry the P-switch and defeat Bowser? So, yeah, there's some kind of automatic cinematic thing that's going to happen here, and it will involve a P-switch. Everybody's pixel art in this game is generally pretty stunning. Okay, so the P-switch is just going to bounce all the way down the planet column. So this is just a little visual demo of the P-switch bounce, I guess, where you just sit here and watch the piranha plants do their work. Yeah, I guess Pekun is a piranha plant. I seem to remember that. Right? So it dunks him, but we're not done yet. I mean, it's a 2-minute record. There's definitely more to it. Go. Now, do we actually have to run? Nope. The track will send us across. So yeah, it's one big piranha plant escort where look at the speed of this as they just kind of toss it back and forth and do their little relay here while Mario coaches them on. It's almost like Mario was, you know, commanding the Pikmin here. That's the thing this level is missing, is Mario should be the Olimar sprite. Because thematically that would actually make so much sense. To, you know, just have the piranha plants be the Pikmin. But anyway. Look at how cooperative they are. Even the Thwomp is getting in position. And even the piranha plants coming out of the pipe is, for once, spawning at a convenient time. And these flowers that are just dancing all over the place here. I mean, they're here to spawn the piranhas, obviously, but it's like they're cheering them on. And how exactly will the kill happen? We'll find out. This guy had an incredible amount of fun making this. Yeah, auto levels that are a little bit more cinematic or story-oriented are like that typically, where, you know, you can tell they had a bit of a laugh with it. And that's the axe, and look how happy everybody is as they just drop out below. Luca, looking at your account, 3YM was exactly the last thing you played? Yeah. Now, descriptive is piranha plants are actually cultivated and watered by the lava. This is actually part of the lore for the level that I made for 4YM in the Maker 2. Piranhas grow in the lava. That totally makes sense. We'll just ignore that to give you keys when they sink inside. It requires some suspension of disbelief. Anyway, let's keep going. We're going to be heading on to the last page of the Japanese recommendation list. So, near the end of that, and I have some other ones that I want to show after that as well if we have time. I usually run about 4 hours long. We'll try to go longer today, but... The next one is going to be another comment level, which we don't have Miiverse for, but given that we reverse engineered the comments on Guitar Hero level yesterday, perhaps we'll be able to figure it out this time. And if we can't, we can't. Hopefully this code works. Whoa. Taking a good long while. Here it is. Fight your robot. Comments on. This is a Dan we know. Let me take a look here. This isn't the same Dan as the... Is it somebody who actually knows their... Make one can let me know. Is this the same Dan as Doki Doki Literature Club den, because I know that den, like Dan Salvato, actually was a big part of the Maker1 community, and still donates very heavily to Maker runs at GDQ and so forth. Or I don't know. I don't actually know what the guy looks like, right? I just know that that was one of the dens. It maybe not. Like this is a UK den. This might be a totally different den. I have no idea. But anyway, this is Fight Your Robot. Comments on. And we don't have comments, so we'll just have to figure this out. But yeah, it's somebody who was clearly involved with a whole bunch of the collab projects, so I don't know which den it is. Would have to look that up. Unless somebody is able to tell me. Oh yeah, Dan Salvato is USA. Okay, yeah, I couldn't tell because this guy has like a, you know, some kind of Reddit reference here or whatever. I don't know which den this is then. But let's take a look. So if there's something input specific that the comments are supposed to tell me, then we'll just have to figure it out without. And yeah, this is probably supposed to be some kind of instruction manual room. We don't have that, so we'll have to play a video game without that. Oh, I think I remember this. Yes, I did play this back in the day. I mean, I don't have the clear flag on it because this was years ago, but I know which level this is. You construct your robot. You hit these. And if you do it in a certain order, then it builds the robot by basically preparing the destruction of specific blocks in the ending sequence. Yeah, so this is like choosing a color, right? You know, I've decided to go, I'm going to choose black for this cannon segment rather than red. And so it blew up these ice blocks over here. And blowing up these ice blocks manipulates the final load-in in such a way that this choice is going to be reflected. Is it just like Deltarune? Yeah, I had no idea. Like I said, I haven't looked into Deltarune. Yes, I remember this level. I definitely played it back in the day. So we're going to get the robot to be black and riding red boots. And you see, it's going to bomb at this location. Let's stand out of the way. Grab the mushroom for once. And yeah, once it does that, notice that nothing is going to load in at this point, because I think it's actually done by proximity, that if you come over to the segment, if you just walk here, then it's already going to unlock the bomb going one way rather than the other. Or rather, like, you get within thwomp range, basically. If you jump up towards one of these locations, you get within thwomp range. And it essentially lowers some kind of thwomp obstruction up above to walk a robot over to one of the spots first. Walk the bomb over, rather. And so only one bomb is usable, so that's how you commit to the choice. What are the differences between a green boot and a red shoe? In small form, not much. In large form, the stiletto heel actually does destroy quite a lot that the green boot does not. And okay, so we can choose chain chomps or this over here. So you walk here, as you can see, you jump, it's going to activate a thwomp, bomb walks down. Or yeah. Yeah, there's actually a POW activation up above. It's a thwomp and a POW up above that does something. And then we're going to construct this with red, let's say. Yeah, I definitely played this one years and years ago, and I'd totally forgotten about it. And yeah, I mean, you're going to fight the robot, right? So we are going to fight it. See, it's going to construct it one segment at a time. We're kind of locked into this location while the construction happens. And as you can see, because certain segments are unblocked, it gets all the pieces that you selected in the proper order because they were spawn blocked by the ice blocks, I think. And then once it constructs it, then you fight it. Yeah, this one is a bit of a classic. I absolutely remember this level. Okay, so yeah, this is our robot, and then it gets released from its platform once the plot comes down, and so now we have to fight it. Let's figure out how we do that. And yeah, we just jump on it in position here, and then that takes out the boots down below. Your gamepad still works as your TV control, that's amazing. I'd totally forgotten about that feature, in fact, even though I did use it once upon a time. I mean, the vast majority of my history with the Wii U was playing with it without a television screen, so apart from some games that absolutely required dual screen, like Splatoon or Star Fox Zero. And yeah, let's punch this out, and then it's like a little robot showcase of a couple of different configurations or the different combinations you can get. This one seemed to break well in advance, probably because of the way we loaded it in on screen, running back and forth, but there's a little tech showcase here. And then we have a big finish that's going to load us somewhere else at the end, with munchers on board to prevent us from activating it early. And oh, we got a little checkpoint there, but that's just a cosmetic flag. And we'll be showered in coins. Yeah, really glad to rediscover this one after all this time. I was not doing that, Mario at the end there. What happens is that Mario, once he gets to goal, is scripted to run forward. And if you're bouncing into other objects and if he doesn't reach the kind of target destination that is programmed in, there comes a point where he does the squat animation. If he's, you know, kind of obstructed and no longer in motion. It, well, I mean, in certain kinds of setups. I don't know if I'm describing that very accurately. Anyway, next one. This is Surprising Spring. This is by CTRX. CTRX was somebody who had contributed to Years of Mario Maker in both the Maker 1 and Maker 2 editions. In Maker 1 he made Crazy Chaser, which is one of the big standouts. This one too, of course, but Crazy Chaser is one that people absolutely remember. I played so many levels at this point that even my clear flags from 2 years ago on 2YMM have fallen off. I think it is then dependent not on time, but on the number of levels you played that have kind of pushed it out of your local buffer where your stars and flags are no longer kept. Because I only started noticing that, you know, within this week that my clear flags from 1 and 2YMM started disappearing. So now at least we have kind of a rough benchmark for why exactly that happens. It's kind of based on the number of levels you played locally and not based on time, as far as I can tell. And yeah, Luca, probably the number because you still have the clears. Exactly. And I definitely still had the clear flag on those, you know, even over the course of the last few months. I just played so much Maker 1 at this point, I think, that a lot of things got pushed out. But yeah, the levels still keep all the numbers, I think. It's just I don't have them displayed locally. Anyway, surprising spring. Let's see what this is. And let's expect surprises. I guess we should get the key. I mean, if we're able to. I think it's maybe strictly obstructing us here, though. So we'll see. I think it's there to demonstrate that we're not going to be able to get it yet, but then maybe if we loop around. This is trying to tell me something about... Well, I don't know, because if this is the starting room, then the arrow is disguised. If it is, it might actually not even be the same room, so let's see. Did I enjoy ninja speedruns? Yeah, I did. Yeah, if you come back in here, this way, then the load-in position of the spring here doesn't create this interaction. Now, we know about this bounce back and forth because we saw a couple of David Pinkston levels that used it with a POW. But you do need a spring to get back out. So, that's how you do it. You just go back through the pipe. Yeah, usually with ninja speedruns, you know, I'm not the most technical player, but usually I get within the top 1% or so. And have a time that I'm satisfied with reasonably. I wasn't someone who was necessarily pushing for records, but we did replay the levels for optimizations in various paths. I'm not a natural speedrunner. I do like the kind of... Oh wow, was that just a good guess? That was a good guess, just on the first try. Yeah, I like the kind of route finding and strategy building aspect of speedrunning much more than pressing the actual buttons in some ways. But I found that ninja speedruns were very responsive to that, where you can sometimes get really high up on the leaderboards just by finding a good approach. And that was something that was helpful. I think we're supposed to... I mean, I'd like to kind of get a 3-stack on some of these, but... if we can bounce one of the side springs over such that we can get back into pipe, that would be nice too, but... yeah, this side interaction here is almost immediate. Let's think about that. I wonder if we can get a pickup on some of these. There's a way to do it. I don't think we just re-entered the pipe over the spring. It would surprise me, but at the same time, Maker 1 surprises me often, so... yeah, we don't want it to go to the side like this, but maybe we can if we just find the right place to do it. I think you're supposed to reverse through this. Now that I look at it, there's nowhere to go if you just try to go up. Unless you maybe build a 3-stack or something. So we should think about how to build this. Maybe I wasn't expected to take the spring in with to begin with. Surprising spring. How surprising are we talking about here? Yeah, I played Celeste when it launched actually, but before I ever had a capture card, so I've never streamed it. And I finished all red strawberries on the A sides and some of the B sides, but I never actually finished everything I wanted to do in the game, so... It's clearly a very well-designed platformer, but is also an ample demonstration of a very different kind of philosophy when it comes to pacing and checkpointing, I suppose. Where I enjoyed Celeste a lot, but it's kind of an example I bring up of a style that is not typically my style in terms of having like frequent respawns every single room, but having tight margins of error. I kind of like things to be longer and larger scale in consistency, I would say. As when it comes to platforms that are kind of medium hard difficulty over long stretches where you can really kind of build on a run. Let me think about what to do with this room here, because I feel like I'm supposed to display some kind of spring over here to get a pipe exit. I don't think I can get a pipe exit just on the spring. But I don't know how to set it up, unless it's with some kind of side throw. Yeah, I absolutely don't see it. Unless there's something I can do to actually re-enter the pipe on top of one of these, but... How would you displace one of these? What do we didn't up throw here? I'm tempted to almost start over in case I actually just fail to understand something. What even is this room? Let's think about it. I really feel like it's supposed to be some kind of pipe re-entry because that thematically makes sense with what we've seen so far, but... There's some way I can kind of stack everything over. Try to manipulate the camera a little bit to see, but... No. Well, we did try jumping on top already to try to get above the semi-solid off screen, but doesn't seem to be forthcoming. Maybe? Yeah, Sapphire, welcome. I clearly don't understand it. It's... It wasn't execution heavy up to this point, so there's basically some kind of puzzle interaction I don't know. Can I actually trap this above the semi-solids? No. Yeah, it's way up, so it's probably not reachable. If it's not even reachable with an up throw, then it's way up the top column. I feel like there's some kind of critical piece of information we missed. We're going to time out anyway, so let's do this again. And we know it's just a reversal here. That manipulating the spawn into the room is what we want to look at. So let's say, oh, wait a minute. Something up here. One up, okay, so that's nothing useful. I wonder if it's... Let me think about that. Maybe it's something entity-based, such that we might have broken it by carrying an additional object in. Let's go in without carrying additional objects and let's see if anything spawns. Oh wait, no, we needed... Okay, no, this is the next room. I need to take the spring and do the up throw here, like we did before. Oh, and we didn't take an object with us because we needed a spring to get up to that location in the first place, so we didn't take anything with us. Given that, I'm trying to think about whether maybe it might be something like a duplication here, depending on how this spawned. Nope, it's not. Well, let's think about this. What is that sprite stuff happening when I throw the spring? What sprite stuff? Yeah, so we were past checkpoint already at this point. And if you went through the door, I think the blaster would just kind of crush you, right? Or, oh no, it would just block you in that position because it's placed on top. The clown car is here. And yeah, so this is the initial setup that you have. This was the one that we picked up. I feel like you're definitely supposed to load something here. The sprite stuff happening when I throw in the... Oh, you mean towards the blaster column and revealing the door. You're saying some weird sprite appeared. I didn't see that. It might just be one of the sound effects. But I didn't see what you mean. Maybe there's some way that you can actually load back into the left in this room, which would then give you the clown car, right? Perhaps. Or maybe that's a possibility. I absolutely don't see what could be the case here. Because it looks like we're supposed to maybe compress into one of these, or... The only thing I can think of is finding some way to bump one of these over. And how do we do that? Maybe it's with some kind of compression? Where you jump on top of the spring in a certain location? No. You would so give up and look up again. Here's the thing, you can't really take a death here either. You would need to start over if you wanted to exit this room quickly and redo the first few segments. I'm going to do a quick machine translation on the title to see if it says something informative. Surprising spring. How is it going to surprise us here? Nope, that's not useful. I felt like we're supposed to go either up or look for some kind of unconventional collision. Or some way to actually make it across without bouncing on it. I don't really have any ideas. Wonder if there's maybe some kind of other unique interaction we don't know. I mean, this was the initial position here. We tried the stack already. I was thinking, you know, if there's a way to grab another spring, we can try to do a 3 high stack or something, and maybe that works, but yeah, it might be some kind of tech that I just don't know. But That would seem strange, given the popularity of this level. It's got to be something that's accessible. Some kind of clue we're not seeing. Some kind of clue. Well... there's some way to do it. Because you just sort of instantly make contact with it. I don't see it. As you go in the door, you go into this area here past the car. Let's redo it. Nothing available over here. Yeah, if you had something like Yoshi up to that point, that would be helpful in terms of maybe manipulate objects, but not that kind of level. Oh. Well, I haven't failed on this recently. I'm trying to see if maybe this room is telling me something useful. Clearly supposed to take this and then raise the door in the next room. You know, wasn't there something... well, let's check everything here, just in case. What if we return here with no object? Let me just check. Nope, nothing. What if we return to here with a spring? Thought of that room as a dead-end room. And then we can kind of trade in here in this room, perhaps. Let's think about that. The idea being that you trade in this, then you have more springs to work with later. Maybe. Yeah, so now you have these springs to work with. But then you'd only be able to carry one past the door anyway, so it can't be it. And then what if you took one of these? Yeah, I still don't really see it. Oh, oops, I accidentally dropped it there. That's okay. Yeah, I don't have any ideas. Might be something very Maker 1 specific that I don't know. Might be knowledge check. I don't know. Again, it seems like a really popular level for some reason. So maybe it's some kind of known trick. Surprising spring. Here, Clan card just gates this off. What do we spawn into this one again? No, we've tried that. We took a dive over here, noticed nothing. But I kind of feel like it's possible for that to be a clown car flight. I'm not really sure because given his positioning here, not really going to get it out. So you're in this room. Spawn everything in. I think I know. I think I know. Except no, the camera doesn't go far enough to do it. I was thinking that if you place this and then found a way to sort of scroll off and back onto, essentially sort of restack the panels in a position with some kind of collision, and maybe you can get something. But no, I don't think so. Oh, but you can just throw in like this. Okay. Okay, that solves it. You soft drop through. That's it. That's how to do it. Took me way too long to find that out, but because I was trying to fish it out like that and it just didn't occur to me to do the overlap. Yeah, that's the solution. I'm glad I found it myself. It's very satisfying to do it yourself when you are able to. Yeah, here you're supposed to just jump on top like that. Unavoidably, I think we'll have to catch the next one. Actually, I think... Oh, these are on top of semi-solids. They're not actually going to fall. Yeah, maybe the top one will fall. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, they're just on top of the semi-solid illusion. Yeah, you missed a solve. Do you want to see it? Let me show you. This is how you do it. You soft drop with an overlap, and it bumps. I actually did find it deliberately. I didn't just luck into it. It was just one intersection that I didn't try previously. Yes, you want to center these, so you go up the central pipe above. What's the new code for plumber in the walls? Look at the Blogspot site that Atlantis has should actually be fixed to have that. Let me, because I tried it earlier today actually, and the code should work. Luca, do you actually have the current address for the Maker website, or were you looking at an archival snapshot or something? Because let me grab the YMM address for you. If for some reason you don't have it. Yeah, because the domain name expired on the YMM site 2 days ago. Right after trimming herbs was cleared, in fact. But Atlantis had the alternate link to where it's hosted now and fixed some of the links inside, and so that has all the most current information, including the replaced code for plumber in the walls. If you are having trouble grabbing that. Okay, well, let's go back to what we were doing. Alright, we already did this segment here. Lower this. Go back, and then... because you're spawning in this location rather than coming down from below, you get the monster pushing these up. So every time you're going to spawn into the room a little bit differently. And when you do so, things are going to change. Now P-switch will give me the P-door. This, however, doesn't seem important yet. Except you're on top here. Can we enter this pipe? Yes, we can. Very nice interaction here, giving you both doors. So do we do left or right? Let's go left first. Love the little split at the end with these. Oh. That only gives you the lower part of the goal, so... This will give me something rather different. It's probably telling me this is the good room. Oh, and then we get a clown car, I see. Okay, surprising spring. Ah, I see. You're actually walled off here if you try to exit out this gate. Anyway, cleared it. And Mario's just kind of crouching again because he can't move any further. Let's see some more. Actually, look good. There's one more link I should send you. If you remember the 1YM level by Saku that was the Museum of Mario Maker, I found that it was actually a document that highlights all of the references within that level. There are actually two versions of the museum level on Saku's account. I'm trying to find where I put that. But that seems to be an important thing to give you too, so I'll put that in chat as well. So yeah, this was in the level that was called 1YM 1 Year of Mario Maker. It's basically full of references to other levels, and that document tells you where to find the codes for everything associated. And so if that jogs your memory for anything, that would be worth looking into. Anyway, here's Battle Tournament. Yeah, you remember playing that level and getting most references, but you had context back then. I didn't play it until 2022, so I had Twitch chat to help me out. Look at the tournament bracket here, by the way. Who do you think is going to advance? I feel like it's got to be the Chomp. But, well, we'll figure it out. Let's see the tournament bracket. Anyway, so it's going to be Koopa versus Spiny, Chomp versus Wiggler, Mole versus Fuzzy, Goomba versus myself. Oh, I see. Mario has to enter the tournament bracket, and I have to defeat each of these opponents and see who advances. Yeah, there are even the level codes there, that's what makes it useful. So here's a little battle arena here. We'll stomp the Goomba. What's going on with the house over here? Is it just opening the door? I see. And what would this be for? Not sure. Anyway, we're going to get through the door. Let's see if this is a reset and that we just missed something, or... no, we got through here. We're Dr. Mario now because we need to recuperate. And maybe these are everybody who was defeated and is therefore in the infirmary. Goomba was defeated, Koopa and Fuzzy also went down. So Dr. Mario has to treat them. Oh! Okay, no, maybe we... Yeah, no, we're 8th place. We finished last. Okay, so we were defeated by the Goomba somehow, maybe because we missed a timing for it? Let's redo this. So yeah. We're going to try to hit the top of the flag, and we'll try to replay this until we get through the battle tournament. Yeah, it looked like there was a small opportunity for an exit that we missed after we killed the Goomba. So, we finished dead last. That is not acceptable, so... Ah, yes, the key door is there, and if you take too long, it gets blocked off. I didn't even see the location of the key door. Basically, the POW gives you a timer. If you lose on time, then it's decided as a victory for your opponent. Oh. And then we're going to fight him. And again, we'll get here before the gate shuts. So, we should proceed to the championship final at this point, which is going to be against the Chomp. How do we beat the Chomp? By hitting it underneath. Oh. Now, if you die, do you restart from the beginning? Yes, you do, so... It's only if you lose on time that you see the alternate endings and placements, it seems. Nice little preparation here, by the way, for Chapter 3 of the 1000-Year Door remake. In the Glitz Pit. But, wait, oh, no. I was trying to get down below to pop the Chomp from underneath. That didn't happen. Anyway, let's get out. I think it hasn't quite set in for me yet. This is going to be our last official server stream of Maker 1. It's a little hard to accept. Yeah, this guy, is he going to circle around? Oh, he's not. Yeah, we're running out of time on the POW, so we have to bop him pretty accurately. See, I told you the Chomp was going to make it to the final. I just knew it somehow. Actually, I kind of want to lose in the second round just to show what happens when we lose in a row. And, you know, it would give us a top 4 placement, presumably. But I want to see if it just gets you to the middle of the flag or something like that. Let's just wait out the timer for a bit. So it forces you through this exit instead. And then we'll probably be dunked into the 4th place slots. In the middle of the flag after that if we are forced through the pipe. So yeah, in this case, you are not Dr. Mario, you are going to be up here in the standings. Yeah, you basically go up the standings, and so you're kind of in the top half, but then what happens in the top half is that you get the middle of the flag, and then you're pushed in to 4th place in the podium. So I guess there are only 3 possible endings, like 8th, 4th, or 1st. Unless, well, it's no, 2nd if you time out on the Chomp room. So we'll see all the endings just to show off how the level is handling this. Charging cable is failing you, that's very unfortunate. Hopefully you're able to download what you can get. Okay, let's get rid of them all. And continue. There we go. And then... oh, we better go through here and seize victory. Yeah, it puts you up in 1st place. I wonder if there is a 2nd place finish, though, if you lose to Chomp, and how that differentiation is created. Because, yeah, there are 4 exit pipes, and this sends you over here to say champion, and you get to flag, and you get to squat at the flag, which is a nice little cinematic flourish. I'm going to play for second place just to show off the animation for second place, I think. Yeah, you got through the YMM levels at least for downloads. Good. Good to know. Yeah, let's see every ending. Just watch the cutscenes at the end. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that's okay. That means you retry. Yeah, we will defeat the Chomp, I hope, and then time out on the Chomp Room. Or survive long enough to time out on the Chomp Room. One of the two. Oh, nope, we're going used to it. So, never mind. Anyway, I guess we're technically demonstrating some match fixing here, trying to deliberately throw the final round. And actually, given that you end up as Silver Mario... Oh, whoops, didn't expect that to happen. Rather, you end up as Golden Mario if you're the champion. I wonder if you get a Silver Mario sprite for finishing second, but we're going to find out. Okay, here we go. No. It's okay, we'll just stand away on either side. Oh, whoops, no. Got caught again. Actually, the door to open up on the left side, too. Surprisingly tricky to pop the Chomp from below. But we'll get there quickly. Yeah, ideally you hit the Chomp. Keep missing. We'll actually just take the door out here and run away from the fight. When you take the Loss, then yeah, it traps you under this one-way panel with Silver Mario. Because it gives you a totally different room from the other finishing sequences, obviously, so you do in fact finish as Silver, and then you're pushed into second place. Right here. So anyway, we've seen all of the possible endings, so that is quadruply cleared. Next up, Mario Goes to IKEA. Very popular level from actually week 2 of the game, basically. Interestingly enough, an IKEA-themed level is one of the best puzzles I played in Maker 2, and the one by Wes Crafted Guy for one of the contests. That was the 3D world level that really kind of committed to the IKEA color scheme with yellow and blue pipes. Not possible in this game, so we'll see a very different IKEA, and let's get lost inside. Yeah, an early impactful thematic level as far as we can tell. Anyway, here's IKEA. And yeah, there's a lift over here that gets you to the different departments. This is just a little diner that, you know, serves the meatballs. And there's a section here for chairs. Whoops. We're gonna die to the chair department, which is extremely embarrassing. We'll make sure we explore this properly, of course. So for example, you get the lifts over here. We'll see how to actually progress through this. And this is just showing you the different furnishings that you can have in these demonstration bookshelves. The Billy line, as it were. You do need a mushroom to punch through the bookshelf room, though, so we'll have to get through here. So there is a kind of power-up progression that you need to follow in order to explore the IKEA, which I guess makes this technically IKEA-vania. And we will get this mushroom. There we go. That's the subgenre we need to see. IKEA-vania. We have to, you know, construct furniture as you go, perhaps. Assemble it off the shelf to progress through the game. I feel like I did have an idea like this for something else many years ago, and it didn't occur to me until now that it would actually be a good fit for an IKEA theme. You know, off-brand, of course, to avoid licensing issues. Anyway, yeah, you see this horde over here, which, I don't know, I just assumed this is the returns department or something. You're probably not supposed to, yeah, you're supposed to use the fire flower to blow this up. But we need to get that first, so let's go back. Whoops, no. Okay, let's go up here. Then at this point, we're able to go through the bookshelf department and see what we can find. Okay, at this point we can grab the fire flower, and then that'll get us through the bomb later. This must be the beds. And eventually maybe we'll be able to get up through here, but not yet. Not until we get either the boot or the Tanuki leaf. This is the kitchen. You can tell by this beautiful refrigerator over here, where if you hide behind the refrigerator you can get a warp whistle. And then, if you have access to the key switch, then you would be able to punch through this, but... Oh yes, and then we'll just load this on top of the semi-solid, that's fine. We can do that. Chair, bookshelf... I mean, you know, this would turn into coins and this would fall in, but... Perhaps if you headed down the escalator, you can naturally de-escalate. Now here is the flat pack section of the IKEA, where you get to see which items you're intent on ordering. And after loading in what you want from the warehouse, We have a bomb in that location, which will then give you access to the leaf. Probably we just fly out of this section. And then let's do that again and actually hit the question block this time. Then, I mean, that's not how to treat an IKEA service worker, I suppose, when you're just trying to pay for your goods, but we'll take it. Oh, I guess we missed the bomb section down below. For the little treasure hoard there, if we want to rob the IKEA. We did see where to do it, it's just that I didn't know if that would be part of the required sequence, but... Anyway, this is just a parking zone. Possibly, I don't know if this can be entered, no. Oh, whoops, let's go back for more. Grab another flower if we can. And there's more. Okay, so let's load in. Drive our furniture home. After that, well, we have the house here. Well, let's see the house. And... Oh, we don't really get a chance to unpack the goods, I guess, so... I guess we'll finish up here. Yeah, we basically just need to backtrack for the bomb to get the coins in the other section. Okay, this will need machine translation. It looks like it's kind of a bomb hot potato level. That's also part of a makeshift super world. It's telling you bomb keep run. The title says hold on to the bomb and run away, I guess. Or to... well... whatever that may be, so... yeah, it's going to be some kind of hot potato concept as we go from door to door, so... let's see how it looks. Okay, oh yeah, it's hot potato level. Let's, we should have taken this through the door. Let's reset. Yeah. Take it through the pipe. And then we just continue from room to room. Then we have to take it with us. Oh, no, missed it. So, do we have a good way to reset at this point? Let's just continue anyway, just to see what we're dealing with. Yeah, because there's going to be a reset here at this point, and that just takes you all the way back up front. Five pink coins. I don't know if they're going to be in the same segment or different segment later, but we will find out soon enough, I'm sure. Then we have to load in this side. And then we have to find the correct semi-solid location. Oh, no. Oh, yes, you need to read the bottom of the semi-solid to find it. Just looking here on either side. Yeah, let's just reset it. Yeah, because here you need to go quickly and take the bomb through. Let's reset. And Architect Crouch, welcome. Oh, let's reset this. hope I pronounced your name correctly. And let's push through here. And continue this way. Yeah, so we just need to read the semi-solid placements quickly and accurately. Get 3 POWs quickly and accurately. And I guess we do take damage with bomb at this point, which will then get you past a checkpoint and coin 1. Directly after checkpoint, which is sometimes a sign of interesting things to come. Oh, we can reset through here as much as we want. Now this is an interesting take on this concept, in that you can basically reset as much as you want, and then perhaps the blasters get out of the way. I don't know what to do. But let's try to figure out how to get to that one over there. Can't be with a bomb throw, surely. Ah, yeah, no, you can just loop around this way because that only happens before the blaster block. That happens after the P-switch activation. So yeah, that gets you the blaster spawns over here, possibly. Then be able to weave through the strip. Yeah, we normally don't see too many non-linear segments. Oh. Okay, good. Just close enough to work. Hot potato levels, I guess, so. Okay, so this is fine. Gives you a vine, and we were looking for something like that to take us all the way up to the top. That's what we thought.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Getting pretty close to the end of the list that we're running right now. I do have, time willing, some of the levels to show after that, but we'll get there. Super Star Fox Land. This is from May 2017. By General Pepper over here, apparently. And we'll even have this segment here to open things up. Hit the P-switch, that gets you through. And then I guess you can choose the squad. Do we? Oh no, you can have the chicken walker our way. I didn't even know this was one of the costumes. Actually, all of them are going to be the chicken walker our wing from Star Fox 2 and 0. Yeah, early, well, mid 2017, Star Fox 2 would not yet have been released on the SNES Classic at the time, I don't think. It came later. But we'll grab first of 3 coins. And then, what are we supposed to pop here? A P-switch somewhere, perhaps? And we'll weave our way through. Let the P-switch expire, and that will take me through here, just before the moles arise. Oh. Was I supposed to get up here? Or did I lock myself? Oh, no, Koopa, okay, yeah. It's not a lock. It's just... I'm gonna send everything down. And yes, you're eventually supposed to spring up here after you unlock both sides here. That will allow probably additional springs to push up once that you see this location, so... I think it was possible to jump onto that Koopa too. Oh, Muncher. But we're up here, so... I didn't mean to lose that. But hopefully some costumes. Or just a P-switch. I'll combine with power activation. Let's see what we're running against. Oh, whoops. Wasn't watching my feet there. That's what we were looking for, a way to get up to the pipe. Do we have access to the big mushroom in the game? What do you mean, do we have access to the big mushroom in the game? As in, whether you're able to do so without the 8-bit amiibo? I don't remember either, to be honest. Whether it's something that's totally unlockable in-game. You can place it for sure if you have the classic 8-bit amiibo. I'm just not sure if you can do it without, or whether that was unlockable some other way. I've seen a couple of big mushroom levels that also manipulate all the associated sprites. The bomb's going to take that out, and oh, there we go. Everything's just gonna blow up here. And we see this little musical segment here with the Corneria theme. Very high speed. And here we go. We actually missed a coin somewhere along the way. Maybe we should redo. Despite I haven't played a lot of Star Fox, though, I didn't think I really caught everything that was going on here thematically. I don't think I'll comb for it thoroughly since we're just short on time. But we may as well do one sweep here for the coins just in case. Maybe it's even through the front door here. Oh no, this is just the squad. Still prefer the classic Falco sound. Incidentally, see, had he raised his voice in the pitch, starting with Star Fox 64. I still think of Falco as speaking with the deep bass voice that he has in the original Star Fox instead. Yeah, question block over here. Just a lot to read at once in this segment, which is probably why we missed that first coin. Yeah, I mean, this one is a very visible location, very easy to get to, so I just don't even have the idea where the second one came from. Okay. Up, and then we need to wait for the shell. Always a very strong temptation to go straight into the pipe, but we're not taking that. I wonder if we had anything to see down here. I don't think so. So it's probably past checkpoint. We didn't really see what else might be reachable here. Oh, what's that? Yeah, we didn't really check a lot of this segment to the left, did we? I mean, I guess it just gets selectively taken apart by the P-switch. But was there something with the P-switch beyond that? Whoops. And Luca, what did you notice? That was making you say ooh. You did play Crack level and didn't know about it. Was the portal level? Because that seemed to be super popular when people knew without knowing who he was at the time. Yeah, so you need to blow up this wall nice and quick before everything is taken down. Testing facility, yeah, that's the portal tribute. That's the reason it was super popular. Okay, let's get out of here. Just checking the pipes in case we see the hidden coin location, but that's not going to be it. Whoops, that was that. I still don't see coin 2 then. It might be in this segment somewhere. We'll gladly take a death if it's not down here. There are multiple paths in this segment though, so it'd be worthwhile to go down and see what we missed. No, that's still just a safety point. Unfortunately, you can't even take a death here, so... Oh, maybe there was a top segment or something. Yeah, because when we went through the bottom path, maybe there is a top path that you can try. Let's try it again. I do wonder where we missed it. I'm not going to try too many times, though. Let's wait for it. Yeah, don't really see where it's coming from. Oh, and then we go through here, and yeah. Here's coin 1 again. I never ever saw coin 2 on screen at any point. So can't really discern where it's located. Maybe if you're able to get in this pipe when the muncher comes out, possibly a secret location. It's one that we hadn't checked that actually looks fairly prominent. No, it's under one-way panels though, at least on this side. Well, I mean, you can't stack 2 one-way panels, right? So yeah, we're gonna check this pipe. Just a moment. Let the muncher come out. Nope, there's nothing there. Well, still don't see it. Yeah, I don't see what location it could be in. Unless there's something that would be unblocked by the P-switch on this side, but... see that being the case. So still keeping an eye out, but it might just be taking the top path in the final segment. Didn't realize we failed it properly. Or earlier, rather. Previously. Nope. Unfortunate. Yeah, we'll clear it one more time. If we see the optional coin, we'll take it, and we don't, we'll... I just happily bail on it, so... Did we ever check this? Nope. Bubble lock is going to take everything down here, though, which... Yeah, blocks off all this. I don't know what it affected. And of course, without the star here, things are less convenient. Oh, whoops. It's too close. This is all just basic player scroll timing specification. Still don't see potential coin location. Okay, let's try to go for the top path, maybe. That's gotta be it. Oh. No, everything just funnels you down to the same path. I think spawning the bombs up there earlier doesn't really help since it's auto-scroll and everything is going to be pretty confined. So, yeah, we never did find a coin, I guess. Maybe there's a bottom path even lower than that. But it looks just like it's more music track down there, so... Yeah, it's just music. So yeah, I don't know, we just never saw the remaining coin on screen. To have a safety coin, it has to be split over checkpoints. Did I miss something? Let's take a dive down here. Nope, nothing. I think we can kind of comb the segment for it, but very difficult to find a placement. Oops. I'm just kind of scanning the level visually at this point, so platforming is going to take a bit of a backseat while we wander through it. We really don't see where progress will happen, so... Is there something across from the axe maybe? No, there couldn't be. Alright, we'll just take it and go. Strange. Yeah, at no point did I even remotely see a clue for it. And like I said, typically would push through, but I'm eager to just get things done today. We'll just have a few more left. Here's a new game plus. Whether the Japanese text says anything additional might be actually useful. I think it's just New Game Plus. Well, New Game Plus for what? Let's find out. Well, coin available at these locations. Wonder how collectible they are. I suppose we should hit this. And I wonder, oh no. I was going to try to hit this with something, but you can just take these down. And I guess there will be something at some point that will iterate through this, perhaps. We'll see how the coins become accessible. Anyway, let's cut away upwards. And what is even going on here? Okay. Sure, we'll take this. And then we'll grab a flower here, but then... yeah, eventually we'll need to get up here to the key door with a key, so... I guess we'll take all of this back. And then that's gonna give me... ah, full item progression apart from losing the food. Let's try to go through the door again, actually. Reset through it. And now we can just break everything. Grab the coin, so... you recognize so many levels you didn't expect. Yeah, I mean... I have no concept of how much you played Maker 1 back in the day, because I know you didn't really publish until it was pretty close to YMM, even in the second game. Anyway, we'll just bust through everything. This will be very satisfying to do, I suppose. You might have watched a ton of content with them because you barely played levels. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, and then it's just something that you have at the back of your head. Feels very smooth, but total cart direction. Yeah, we'll come up here and then bust out above, just because we can. There's a place here we can blow it up if you like. And that's pretty much it. Didn't even use the boot at any point, actually, in spite of being able to cut through the level with that. Okay, next up is a maker I've recognized, in fact. One of my very early follows in this game. I don't remember if I played this one. I must have. Back in October 2015. So Monomirror here is somebody who has very few levels. And Maker 2, I think, only had maybe 2 uploads as well, but one of them also went very viral. And he's actually an indie developer who, after Maker 1, went on to make a game called Octahedron, which is some kind of rhythm platformer. I have not played it. But I know that this is the same fellow who developed Octahedron. And yeah, I would have liked to get through this whole profile because it's fairly short, but I think we might only have time for Long Live Queen Koopa, so let's see if we recognize it. I think we must have played his whole set back in the day, because this was somebody who I did know from the first sort of Maker adjacent community that I would have communicated with. Yeah, there's a big one here, Grand Vertical Adventure. Lots of early hits from the first weeks of the game. Hadn't even uploaded past October 2015 if you look at them. I think it was a very similar story with Maker 2 as well. He dropped out quickly after making a big impact. But we'll not die too quickly here. And yeah, just a big aesthetic opening sequence with Queen Koopa's castle, apparently. Enter the Koopa. Anything here? Probably not. Mang, welcome. Yeah, Mang, I'm not going to be on that long, but I'm glad you are here to witness what might be the big finish. Anyway, this is Queen Koopa with a big audience here. Yeah, I remember this being something that this maker did. I don't recall if I played this one specifically, but I must have, where he likes these aesthetic story sequences. But anyway, Mario is going to be outside the audience chamber. He's going to sneak into the castle by knocking out the guards. So there is a bit of a story element that we should be following as we go along. And then we're going to assassinate the queen. And assassinating the queen is also just going to take out everybody else. And Mario's job is done. No, not on the last level. We're close to the last level on the set that we're on currently. So anyway, this is going to block off the axe. Because not so fast, Mario. You've just committed an assassination. This is the second last one on the Japanese list, but I do have some additional content I want to show after it. We might not have much time, though. I'm already running a bit long for today. And yeah, this is going to block you off over here. Let's just sneak around here in the graveyard. I don't know if that it's just that we're buried alive or rising from the dead or something, but anyway, here's the graveyard and we're part of it now, and we just make way across all the booze. Yeah, very interesting window into what was impressive to people in the earliest weeks of the game. When it came to anything just kind of competently traditional and highly thematic. Yeah, I definitely remember this part of the level now, artistically, actually. Where you have this shrine that is to the now dead and buried dry Queen Koopa. And it says, escape. Something is here. Oh, there is no escape. Well, says you. Because we're going to come out here and, oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I absolutely remember this level. for sure. Yeah, like I said, this was probably the maker that made the biggest impression at the sort of home community that I had at the time, in terms of the level exchange that I would have been familiar with. That's way back in 2015, though. We just dropped off, again, as we were saying, some makers just made a big impact and still dropped off before the first checkpoint patch. Not getting up here, it seems. That's okay. We survived, and this time, we'll get the axe. So yeah, highly narrative experience, as you can see. You remember people coming up with knowledge CPs back then? So do I, given the popularity of the Metroid format. That I remember that people came up with some rudimentary passcode entry even then. And that there were quite a few efforts to develop that before people knew the checkpoint patch was coming. I mean, I played a lot of attempts at Metroid-style levels early, especially, and so I do recall that being actively part of the game. Anyway, there's Monomera, and also kind of a reminder I should look at that Octahedron game sometime. Someday. We only have one more level left in the Japanese list if this code will load. And like I said, I will show off a few after that, but I don't know how much longer I can stay today. And I don't want to just abruptly crash out of the stream. I do want to give this a proper ending, so... Study of formation. And it looks like it's kind of a sequence of related challenges once again, so we'll find out what it looks like. Some kind of pattern recognition or timing gate, perhaps. Step 1. Through here. Yeah, so we basically watch the patterns that we scrolled into and hope. And quickly read the valid path as everything scrolls in. And yeah, we let the moles go, and then we do have to get over there. Mushroom down below if we need it. We won't. Oh, whoops. We will. And then that was a bit of a close call, but again, we got it. Oh, that was the way to go. We just didn't manage to sneak through it. Yeah, just rapid fire challenges. All very similar, just need to read the situation quickly and find the path. Oddly enough, for our last stream, we didn't actually see that much Maker 1 specific tech today as we further down the list, but you take what you can get. Here's checkpoint. As I've been noting, notice how few of the Japanese levels actually do a mushroom check. They'll usually just let you have it unless it's absolutely conceptually essential that you don't. Segment A is because this counts in hexadecimal apparently. This is a problem. Yeah, okay. I guess we'll just have to take it. Yeah, we played the bomb segment badly, but I guess that's fine. There's a mushroom afterwards to just let you damage boost it if you really wish. And F, it totally is hexadecimal. 16 segments. And here's Junior. Back when. Well, I actually didn't see the upload date on this, whether any other strict boss gating would have been available at the time. This was after checkpoint patch at the very least. I'm going to bring in a couple of final recommendations that we separately received. Let me just unpin the list first of all. And if I can, I'm going to see if I can replace it with the costume code we saw earlier, just in case people wanted. You know what, I'll just... Actually, no, I'll just leave it be. Let's take a look at a handful of other codes, not too many. So yeah, we're finished with the Japanese list. It was 100 levels. We didn't actually play 100 because many of them we had seen before and some other codes were dead. I'd say probably something like at least 5 or 6 codes were dead, possibly more. But that was a pretty good sample. Today's courses were kind of on the easier, more modest side because it was much further down that list, but we saw a lot of essentials in a way. Anyway, this is Summer Clamber to Midnight Manor. This is one of the ones that was in the list of levels that was referred to by the Saku Museum level, and it's one that I know I have not played and was noted to me as something significant. So, from June 2016, with a record by Stark, who I really wish we had played more thoroughly as well. Here's Somber Clamor to Midnight Manor. What a lovely mansion. Yeah, it's been an easier, more thematic day today, and I think that's quite appropriate too. The overall character of Mega 1. And it's Christmas, apparently. Let's enter. With a POW. I think eventually we have to fly up. Or, oh no we don't, we just hug that way too close. Yeah, and this is all just POW timing, actually. Seems like that's the whole purpose of this level, and then we have to reset through here because we want to bounce on top of the upper POW and ride it. Then, through we go. Once Pretendo servers work, would I go back to Maker 1? Yeah. Maybe not immediately, but yes, there's so much that I still want to see in this game. You know, some makers that I only started paying attention to even at the last minute here, and even with my original intention for my content plan since January, we put in much less streaming time than I hoped into Maker 1, and so there were a lot of people I didn't get through. And some things like especially the puzzle history of this game I did not make time to see. I really wish I could have had the time to, you know, run the whole Sean Hit puzzle set, for instance, and also finish out Perplexing Puzzle Project. And do some other things. But yeah, I definitely have a great deal of interest in returning in some form. It might just be something that's very occasional, though. Like, it won't be the main thing we do on the channel, but I think as Maker 2 ages as well, that the direction of what we do with Maker content will adjust accordingly, and I've always, liked to feature Maker profiles in a very focused fashion because I like to track people's stylistic development and the kind of mentality behind how people think about the game, but and obviously Maker 2 just has years and years of content for me to catch up on as well, but as it sort of thins out in activity, you could potentially see a future for streaming some Maker 1 content, and maybe there will even be a modest scene of new creations to look at that use Maker 1 tech. And that's the knowledge about Maker 1 is in such a mature form. Oh, we were supposed to continue through here. Just sweep right through, pow by pow. Yeah, so you do need to pow everything in a specific, if not necessarily very precise, timing window. Oh, whoops, missed a jump. Whoops. That's okay. Got it. But yeah, I think realistically, even once the Pretendo server is up and running, I will kind of let the feature set and everything for that settle in first and let the service mature a little bit. But I definitely plan to mod the Wii U, and I'm thinking I will go with the modding the Wii U route rather than the Simu emulation route, just because it'll be better for my streaming setup and also, you know, my existing hardware, where you can just continue using your Wii U as before. Just a little one-up over here as we fly past the moon and go over the rooftops to what is not yet the big finish, because we still have a whole pipe segment to enter at some point. So yeah, we're not supposed to just climb above the mansion just yet. We've got unfinished business. Yeah, very happy with the scope to this level. Look at this chandelier here. I always love to see chandelier designs in this game. Are we supposed to take the power? Yes, we were, unless I'm supposed to stand on this one. I'm supposed to take a POW and grab a key as well. This keeps standing again. Well, nothing's going to come out of that one, so we have to wrap around the ones on this end. And then, of course, nothing's on camera right now, which is a problem. There we go. And this muncher's not on camera, which means we have to go through here this way, and we needed to go through the other direction, in fact, so... Oops. Oops, missed it. Yeah, we want to ride the one that goes right to left. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you too, Mang. Oh, it's gonna be a pipe stack. Unless this is just a one-up room. Oh, you're supposed to stack all the powers to the right side. Yeah, you're supposed to grab them all and then... Oh, no, you're not. You just take the gold. Wait, no, we actually found it. I wonder what the bottom right or over there was all about then. Because this is the goal, but it's a horror goal, so maybe we should check it again quickly. Like I said, I'm kind of trying to be less demanding about optional objectives just because time is so short, but I cannot stay for that long today. Let's grab this first. We know how this level is going to go at this point anyway, so... But yeah, apparently you do a 4-stack. Maybe that gives you a different ending. I mean, you know, pipe stacking potentially opens up quite a few possibilities when it comes to the exits. Just head down this way. Just chain these and give them as goats. Keep doing that to myself. That's okay because this level does just let you take the checkpoint mushroom, which I always appreciate. We've seen a top a dimension already, so let's just come down here and do the ending segment the stacking way. If we can. And yeah, we're within range of all this, so let's not fuss about it too much. Let me grab all this. Okay, very convenient. I mean, the other exit involved a key, so I feel like because it took us to the one up, we actually got the better ending. And maybe this pipe is just stacked to the same exit, but you want to see it. Oh, there's nothing. There's nothing. That's very strange. I would have thought. Oh well. Yeah, that's very unusual. Well, we know what the actual ending is, so... maybe we'll just be content to exit. Since we've done it. So yeah, I for some reason was sure that would be something, but... I wonder what this arrow is all about then. I don't see it, but I mean we saw the one ending card, so I think we've got it. We're gonna take a look at one other little set that was recommended. And yeah, I should close out before too long though, so I actually have enough time to finish doing some backups and such offline before I have to dash off. So this is part of a series that was recommended to me. Super Mario 64 2D by Brick 101, who as you can see was also a YMM and Super Discord alumnus. This is just a couple of different levels and segments here. plus a test of a nonlinear coin save system. Yeah, this is kind of like a little sub-series. Let me see how many levels it is. As we have ground floor, lower stairs. Looks like it's a set of 6. Maybe we can do it. It'll come in handy having all these codes once Pretendo is up. Yeah, I'm glad it's displayed. I certainly hope things work as well as we all hope. So yeah, you can basically go into all the different familiar zones that you see here, like Bob-omb Battlefield, of course. And go painting by painting. I've seen a lot of remakes like this in Maker 2, of course, but it's always interesting to see what people were looking at in 1. I may have played this originally before as well. I can't quite remember simply because there are so many Maker 2 levels in this style. But this seemed to have made a pretty big impact early on. Yeah, got the vast coin collection level, of course. Oops. Let's go through here. Into the boss pipe. And then, we want to get the key, of course, so I guess this will be the equivalent of the bomb fight. We want to kick it to the left. Just be careful here. Then oh, we already have access to the door. Let's let that blow up. Yeah, it looks like it's a pretty big game, actually, this one. Now, Luca, I think the idea is to load the existing archive into playable form on the future servers. Basically, the servers already exist. There is operational Mario Maker functionality in a limited way, and even integration with the replacement Miiverse. Yeah, so we have to do every painting one at a time, it seems. And oops. Totally missed it. Yeah, I see the coin in that segment. So it's kind of like grabbing the stars in each zone. So we only got 1 coin here, which tells me we missed one, because I think I saw it earlier that you can explore the whole space here. And oops. Yeah, this is a bigger remake than I envisioned in some ways, that coin collection gives you a pretty complete experience, including with this chomp here that they'll remember from Bob-omb Battlefield. So yeah, you have to hop on this one all the way up, I think, once you can. Yeah, you can come up here, grab this. So it's kind of like doing the star collection. And given that this level has... what, 8 coins? Well, we'll see how they're distributed. But yeah, we can kind of do them in order, and it shows you which coins are assigned to which rooms, in fact. That's basically 2 each in the paintings. And there's 2 each in the paintings, and I wonder where the other ones are coming from. So this is the Cool Cold Mountain Penguin section, I suppose. Yeah, I totally didn't leave enough time to actually do this level series, but oh well. I might just have to download the rest. Because I might only really have time to show off the first one. Okay. Here we go. And yeah, we just need to, you know, finish the standard path in that segment. This is going to take me down a slide. It must, right? It has to be the slide. It is absolutely the slide, except we're going to be behind pace here, perhaps. Oh, whoops. Yeah, behind pace. And then do you have to take the death, or can you reset up the slide? Let's find out. You can reset. So you do need to beat the penguin time here. Very interesting implementation of it. Okay, now let's see what we can do over here with... Yeah, I mean, yeah, these are the analog of the extending platforms, of course, in the original Climb. Reminds me of how this was remade in Mario Galaxy 2 as well, I think. Oops. So there's another segment over here that we'll have to work our way towards for this coin, and then we come back here to take the one that's the standard route up top. So yeah, it really kind of recreates the feel of revisiting zones in the original Mario 64. And then we'll come across this way. So there is a safety coin, oddly enough, after a key door. So I suppose we have to grab a particular key to get a standard key before we see a... well, we'll probably go back in the other end. No, we don't. I guess we do need to find 2 more coins first, then. And then I wonder how they were matched to the different zones. Let's loop back in. Oh, whoops, no. That's okay, coins are saved. Yeah, there'll be another path that takes you to the remaining key coin that's under the door. I didn't quite see where that was in sequence, but... maybe we missed something. Now a segment over here, across the bridge. Ah yes, there's one coin down below. We'll just have to descend the mountain. Look at the use of space here, quite vast. Amazing how flexibly this game was good put to use. One more, yeah, so it shows you that there were 3 coins in this segment and then 3 in this segment, so we know. In fact, the diagrams even show you what to look for. So we have to look for the Thwomp as played by the Thwomp. We'll do that. And that's just in the boss pipe, in fact. No, that's the slide pipe. No, that is the boss pipe, okay. So we need to send it through this area. If it would kindly come over. We'll just wait. And let it slam all the way down, except I'll need to go lower myself to lower it further. That's a certain point, right? No, because it's a big swamp and it will just do that for me. Oh, killed the star, but then that's what this is for. Very nice, and then we could take this, take the flag, and not time out to take Takeda. We'll exit this way. And there's the Bowser painting. Oh, I wish we hadn't done this so late. We should have made time for the whole series. But anyway, Bowser Stairs. But yeah, look at this. It shows you that you're not able to enter the Bowser Stairs yet, so that'll be much later in the series. Yeah, while I've been prioritizing downloading favorites, I may actually grab a few more slots for some levels I haven't played, so we can do a maybe special afterward stream. We'll close some of that out. We'll see. We're depending a lot, of course, on the possibility of Nintendo servers coming up eventually. This is, of course, the equivalence of making your way across all the platforms to the non-final Bowser fight. And there he is. It's going to be in the SMP3 style, because you can't just pick him up and throw him. If he's near the edge, it's a little easier to have him fall off, perhaps. Let's get him within range a bit. Oh, you know what? I've got a fire flower too. Well, not anymore, we don't. Totally going to die to this. Oh well. Yeah, any of the Mario 64 remakes we've seen at Maker 2 actually were not as thorough as this one here. So, very satisfying to see what we have, and then of course the boo is leading you away to more content to come. I may have enough slots to download the whole set, and maybe we can run it on a special offline stream. I'm just kind of calculating, you know, if I really do have time to play 6 of these today. I really would like to, but let's take a look here. But it's kind of a definite risk because I still need to download quite a bit. I think I'd rather take my time with it. I think let's just sort of video this to see its current stats in terms of clear rate, time, stars, etc. And I think I'll actually grab this. So we're not going to be finished with streaming off the Wii U by any means. And I'm kind of inclined to grab some levels that I haven't played so we can do a bit of an epilogue. Because there's just not enough time to play what we want. And yeah, this was all released in 2016, I believe. And so I just want to film this quickly. Likewise, there's some other content that we can always do offline, like looking at my own level codes, for instance, which yeah, I wish we had time. I really do. I would need to extend the stream by at least an hour or so. But yeah, this looks like for sure something that we want to grab. Because this series, no, I had not played this one before, and I think Kavik mentioned it to me, you know, moments before I got on stream today, so we just dealt it in too late. Anyway, I just have a few things I'd like to close out with. First, we'll show off the costume code that I had earlier. Let me just try to dig that up. Now, one moment. I'll just type it in chat again and let me see if I can pin it, because Twitch has been pretty buggy about letting me pin lately. I need to refresh my chat, perhaps. Oh, well, maybe we'll do some kind of epilogue stream. Not necessarily this week, but sometime in the near future. We're not going to do a comprehensive tour of this. I just want to show it what it looks like for the interest of anybody who might want to grab it. I've seen it on stream. I haven't actually played through it. I actually saw it in Gratofi's stream when he must have gotten the world record on it then. But this was uploaded in 2019. I believe Antisocial did in fact unlock everything. So yeah, you can basically see that everything is laid out here. You to play with. You know what? Let's actually kind of do a grand tour here. I busted some of these too quickly and we didn't get a chance to enjoy all the Fire Emblem Lords properly. Amazing that we have so many of them, thanks to Smash. It's a long-time Fire Emblem enthusiast. Just to see the characters have representation on the order of Pokemon is just increasingly satisfying. Yeah, remember the up and down actions. I'm not going to do it with absolutely everybody. Because, like I said, I don't have much time. I just want to... show off what the level looks like. Because, of course, you know, we can still do it offline. And I'm already sitting on this one in my core spot. But I just want to do a little quick demo here just to show people what it's structured like. And we won't even see everyone necessarily, but let's pop a nice costume to finish with, like Nikki here. Perhaps.
Hocus
Focus, focus with Ashley. I don't know what the ordering is either. Isabel. Hey, oh, Toon Link, here he is. Oh, we lost him. That's okay, Ness will do too, I guess. Toon Link is here in this location. I was going to finish with him because it seems so appropriate
Let's go.
to my stream in particular, but that's okay, we can always check him again afterwards. Mercedes GLA, and then I am Daisy. Actually, Mario is a good choice too. We've actually previously already had an ending as to Mercedes GLA. Also, it says down here because you do, of course, get to see the swimming animations, which are unique. Maybe there are more costumes here too. Oh, Lanky. Except Lanky is overridden by Amiibo. And Big Mushroom. Although you don't get to see all the sprite modifications on this one. You do get to see the boots, which is important because... yeah, of course, as Big Mushroom you have a bit of an issue in that you would bust all of the question blocks that you need in order to see the costumes you want, so... but the idea here is that the costumes also have a particular boot riding sprite. So you can kind of see everything. Oh, here's Mr. Belch here. There are a lot that I didn't really even know about here. Mr. Saturn, decent Earthman set here. Captain Toad, which doesn't explain why we're jumping. Excite Bike, of course. Undo Dog because Nintendo will do everything. Yeah, we should maybe try to find Undo Dog. I don't know what the system of organization is here. It might be by number. I don't know. But I never really knew the original order to begin with from the palette because we unlocked practically nothing. I really wish I could just run the stream for another like 3 or 4 hours today, but alas, outside commitments do call. There's Birdo. Who was the bunny anyway? I don't know if I recognize him. Frog in the boot. Yeah, we're not going to pop everything. There's like 150 something costumes. We're just not going to enjoy them all right this moment. Oh, and you get to see the star animations too, just so you can see them at full speed. Because, you see, there are animations for all the characters to kind of skid to a stop too. Which is something that is very easily missed if you're going through the sprite. So if you have Palutena here, there is like this stopping sprite. It took me a while to notice some of those, because, you know, sometimes you play amiibo levels that just don't involve sprinting at all, and so you just wouldn't see it. And yet... yeah, and then you kind of get the sprint changing the sprite as well, as you can see if you're going at full speed. With the Koopa, you get the shell change. But yeah, this is a little playground level, effectively, for anybody like me who was too busy being a kid now and a squid now to really unlock very much at all in the original game. Look, it's the Wii Fit. It's the Wii Fit had what's it even called? The balance board. I didn't know the balance board was in this game. Right beside Wii Fit trainer herself. Chibi Robo. And the Killager Villager. Didn't we see Isabel already? Were there multiple Isabels? No, KK Slider's not a bad one too. Finish on perhaps lots of Animal Crossing characters like Kix, and Celeste, and surely Blathers is here too. Let's take a look. Luke is not being region locked. Yeah, I know. Sakurai knows what's up. You get the Nooklings too. I don't think I've seen the Nooklings kind of climb together, and then they have their own little skid like that. And oops, we're looking for Undo Dog, right? Let's try to find Undo Dog. We'll finish when we find him. Back to Kawashima. And Kelly and Marie are together, surely? Yeah. He was at a really good midnight level a few weeks ago too from the MK8. And oh, Tetra is here as well. Tetra with a Zelda form, that's really neat. This will traumatize you if you've played Yoshi's Island extensively at all. A lot of Animal Crossing, yeah, the Amiibo Festival game, that's right. Oh, here's Kalvik's avatar. That's what I think of that character as all the time. There's climbers. We're not taking a goal yet, let's see if we can find a dog. We actually played a whole bunch of Undo Dog levels. Hello Kitty. And what is it? My Melody, right? Is that the name of the character? Oh, here's Undo Dog. I was trying to remember the name of the Hello Kitty characters. I don't really know them. So. Anyway, we had lots of costumes that we haven't popped yet, but we've only got 40 seconds, so I think we're just going to show off Undo Dog's various animations before Nintendo does indeed undo everything. Oh, and you can see the depth here too if you want to hear the depth sound, although apparently a lot of the people who have tested this level on live servers have not done that because of the very high clear rate. They clearly haven't taken a dive with every character like they should be doing. Because you can hear the depth sound accordingly. Look at Undo Dog in the boot, just stuffed in the boot. We saw a bit of that in the Undo Dog series that we did. Anyway. Soft block? Oh, probably. Sanix, congratulations. Thank you for dropping by our stream. Let's give a big shout out to Mr. Trimming Herbs. Yeah, very special VIP appearance here by somebody who's kind of etched himself into the history of the game right as it finished. Okay, there's only one final set that I want to show off as the final levels that we're going to be playing on the live servers. And there's I didn't get through nearly as much as I wanted in today's program, but I did always have a plan for the last few that I would show. And I hope we're able to get through it. So this is a maker that's known to those of you who were in the YMM and MMC projects, he's actually somebody who I kind of brought on because I knew him from my first community in this game, and he made a big splash early on with one of the first truly viral levels, which was the Goomba A Sad Tale of Madness. So this is Theorymon. And yeah, so this was literally a day 3 level, and this was kind of maybe even Mario Maker's first big hit. And I was actually one of the earliest players on this one, I remember, when this was first shared, and then it just totally blew up. And even years later, when I went back to Mario in 2019, you know, out of the blue, occasionally I just see this level pop up and mentioned in news articles for general audiences and such. This was a story level. If you know Theorymon's levels at all, you know that, you know, he comes up with this massive lore book for everything he creates. Like, there's this, you know, gigantic piece of fan fiction attached to each of them. So let's play it. Yeah, so this was truly, you know, Mario Maker's first great story level in some ways. And so you start out as a Goomba. I actually haven't played this since it came out originally, I think, although I'd seen a lot of footage of it since from other people because it was such a big thing. So Goomba's just going to pretend to be one of the other Goombas, which is how Nintendo thought I would play with a 3D world. Goomba mask, and boy were they wrong. Let me actually bust any of this. Are they bricks? Yes, but if you bonk your head on Mario, then you're going to be a little bit dizzy, so... See, this is how the Goomba slowly goes crazy. That as you start to destroy Mario, you lose a little bit of what makes you sane as a Goomba, I guess. And you can't really get much further than that, as you can see from the layout. The Goomba proceeds, and yes, Sonic Guys, definitely some sad Goomba history. Anyway, Goomba's gonna get over here into this rumbling location here. You see, it's kind of like a Mario level, the goal of a Mario level that has been destroyed. The fortress has crumbled, you know, you've kind of climbed out from the underground into the remains of what was once 1-1 a long time ago. And this is the flagpole, which has become overgrown with vines. Everything's crumbled here, you just have the ghosts of your former compatriots. So yeah, you would basically start out in Goomba Hell, I think, and you climb out of the underground, and you go backwards through 1-1 where it has been overgrown, and the Goombas that used to reside here are now just ghosts. And the underground is blocked. And so you kind of go through this backwards. I'd actually forgotten a lot about this part. It's been so long. And then, you know, some of the blocks, well, might still work. It's not a star, obviously, but lots of refills here just to keep you playing. And the star is no longer accessible here. Oh, whoops. Rather dizzying to transform into Mario, of course. And then we always have to check the 1-up location. I think it's... yeah, of course it's here. So the thing about Theorymon is that he actually replays the mainline Mario games on an annual basis, basically, and so... as someone who knows the original layouts extremely well and was this... briefly this champion of Super Mario 35 for all the right reasons. But yeah, this is all just mushrooms to keep you going, and then we're here all the way at the beginning. Oh, did we actually check the standard underground pipe, by the way? Oh, whoops. Oh, that's hilarious that we accidentally ran into the ghost of Goomba number 1 in 1-1. Just carelessly blundered into the original Goomba. The remains of the original Goomba. Of course we should have checked the pipe. Yeah. Oh. And I don't think you can actually climb up out of here if you are in this location. Can you? Are you given a vine after a certain timing? Oh, yeah, no, you just jump up like this. And you climb back out of Goomba Hell, where all the other dead Goombas that have been stalked by Mario have fallen into the abyss. Yeah, it's the crumbling remains of World 1-1 after you've climbed out of Goomba Hell. So it is 1-1, and then you go into the beginning. And I guess this is where you dream of Mario smashing up Goomba kind. There is an actual story to this that I don't remember, and I'd have to ask Theoremon to reiterate it for me again, I think. But the idea now is that you have sort of entered this dream of the Goomba becoming Mario and smashing up Mario with Mario's powers. You know, with the strength that you wish you had as a minion in the Mushroom Kingdom. I don't know how completely we have to smash him, but we'll do it anyway. We have to smash him all the way down to the door. And then at that point, after you've carved your way through Mario, you're free to become a Goomba again. This is the same area as the segment earlier, of course, so you could have connected these, but we'll proceed this way instead, and then... And then, yeah, I guess maybe we have earned our way to Goomba Heaven. But Bowser's not welcome here. He put us in this mess in the first place, so... And that is how we have achieved Goomba immortality. Oh, there's one more that I want to put in this ending sequence. Speaking of super viral levels, there's one I forgot to do earlier. I want to deal in it quickly just to demonstrate it. We'll go back to Theoremon in just a moment because I do want to close out with another one of his that I actually haven't seen. Haven't beaten Super Mario Bros. Is your game literacy check yet? Well, beaten, not necessarily. I think a lot of people, if you pressed them on the question, would admit that they have cleared everything but SMB1 and possibly lost levels, or, you know, SMB2 Japan rather. But actually, a lot of people have not cleared SMB1, and you would be surprised. There's another super viral classic that I wanted to deal in quickly. I am sure people know this one, but on the off chance you've never seen it. This is the Cluttered Chaos Calculator. So Giant is actually the profile that was used by Helgafan. So we always refer to him as Helgafan because like Giant was actually just somebody else's Wii U that he took over. And he made all these computational creations. Life Without Mystery is actually a very Theoremon style level. In fact, much like Theoremon's Mushroom Check level that he made for a 6YMM, I believe. But this one was kind of the original one that was a costume detector. But anyway, Helgafan made tons of advanced mechanical puzzles that really broke down the game in a systematic fashion. I don't even know how to do protein folding, for that matter. But, and in fact, there was a recent Riley C documentary video as Team 0% was winding down that was about Divide and Conquer, which you'll notice has one clear on it. And it was actually not cleared until Team 0% got to it a couple weeks ago when it was about 2,000 levels remaining, I think. And so it was earlier in 2024 that this finally went down. You'll notice the world record time is pretty close to the limit. depending on checkpoints. But basically, this was something that you had to figure out through pen and paper as this POW ordering puzzle, and it had this little video featurette that was about it afterwards. But yeah, nobody had touched and cleared it over 5 years or so until 0% got to it. But anyway, this is the one that made Helgeven famous. The instructions are right here. Select 2 numbers you'd like to add. Just please don't touch music blocks and don't move. This is another one I haven't looked at since it was released, but I remember quite well when it was released, I think. So select 2 numbers. Chat, would you like to help me out here? There is a limit to the digits here. Just please don't touch music blocks. So we'll let you folks choose, like it's a magic trick or something where you get a sense of agency so you can believe that I'm not just staging everything. So as you can see, the first digit here, you can select everything from 0 to 7. 6 and 9, perfect. Except, no, I don't think it goes up to 9. That's the only thing. Is there a way we can fake ourselves around that? Like if we convert it to base 8 or something, if you convert 69 to octal. Would somebody like to convert 69 to octal? 64 in octal is just... What is it? No, we don't have enough digits to do it, I don't think. Is there some kind of substitution that we could do to 69 that would work? Because I'm actually kind of regretting now that we're not able to do it. Well, let's just take the 6. And, oh, you know what we can do? Yeah, let's just do a 6. We'll take it. And then here, we have to choose the second number. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but only up to 7. So, if anyone would like to choose one. Otherwise, we'll just go with... I don't know. 1 for Mario Maker 1. Or something. 4, okay. Because it's Super Mario 64. You are absolutely right, so... If you look at the track layout, we'll see number 4. Okay. And then just don't touch the note blocks. So... How do we get out of here, actually? Oh, we just fall in segment by segment, and we avoid touching the note blocks. Or... Well, these note blocks don't seem to affect anything right now. They don't spawn anything. This is just part of the exit sequence. So now we just let this play out like an auto level. It says, don't move. And then we'll just let the cluttered chaos calculator do its work. It's going to do some counting. You see, this shell is going to go up to 6 before it falls in, and the upper shell goes to 4 before it falls in. And then it loads in these spiny shells on the left side that are going to stop at certain locations and then get to work. And we'll just wait for it to spit out the answer. And what will it do now? This is easier to follow visually than I remembered it being, actually. Maybe we've just been playing too much Mario Maker over the years. I mean, obviously, unless you look at the layout, it's Not going to be too easy to discern how it's stitched together, but I think it's meant to look more complicated than it actually is. But then we're going to be shipped over to the next part of the adder over here, where we are placed. Actually, the bomb is going to carve this out. It looked like 18 for a moment. That, as you can see, the bombs come into what is effectively like a 7-segment display. So it spawns bombs in certain locations such that it will take out specific sections of the sort of classic 7-segment layout, and then here you can see it gives you 10. Ta-da! 6 plus 4 is 10, who would have thought? And here, yeah, these are just other bomb spawns that would have been possible, but which have been locked out since we were constructing 10 instead. So. Highly recommended download just to get a view of this in the editor. This is one of those levels where, you know, the point is very much to try to figure out what's going on in the editor and how he could have put this thing together in the first place, but you're not getting the 32nd world record by following instructions, though, so much for that. Okay, almost done. Yeah, like I said, we were going to close out with something by Theoremon. 2 more, in fact. If I can manage it. We've already run the stream like hours longer than I hoped. And that's even skipping a lot of the Mario 64 series that I wish I could have shown completely. Let me find the code for this. So this was kind of the sequel story level. Does Sasha make something similar in Maker 2? And that's something that takes considerable technique. So this is kind of the sequel story level that Theoremon made, and I have played this one before. Again, way back in 2015. This was kind of week 2 when this first level already blew up. And we'll show you this one as well, and then I'll show you one that I have not seen, because there is a backstory to it as well. And then we'll probably finish from there. So, Lakitu here is a friend, because this is a tale of friendship. The text makes it abundantly clear that he is to be trusted. So, hop, Y, oh, yeah. In case you are new to Mario Maker after actually owning it for a week or 2. And then use. Yeah, because basically the Lakitu is telling us what to do. He's teaching us how to play Mario for the first time. Because he's a friend, right? He says that you hop with a little bit of a run on a spring, that you use the P. Let's take the P with us just in case we can break something. We could have reversed through the door in the first room as well. I don't think Theoremon knew that at the time. And then we take something. We take the leaf. We could, of course, just bust this down with a P as well if we really wanted. But, oh, hop. Whoops. Hop in. We lost the leaf, unfortunately, but... Now the thing is, do we get to kill him? Yes, we do, in theory, but... do we want to? Oh. Let's try it. Oh, it actually doesn't give you any kind of sound for killing him, so that's kind of surprising in its own way. But we are sort of at the top level. I think this level, if remade at a later point, definitely would have punished you for that in some way. What does the text even say there? Oh yeah. I think it knows we killed him, actually. And then the big mushroom here is not going to be accessible anytime soon. We'll let Bowser come down. And down. Just like SMB3. We've seen so many variations on the SMB3 original method of killing Bowser actually up to this point. I'll just let him smash up the whole place. Anyway, luckily we can just sit here all day until it's had his fill. We'll just let him do that. Slowly. This is why I was never good at the original SMB3 fight, incidentally. Because we'd always just miss and miss and miss. We'll just do one more stomp here. And he's gonna set on a P's. Yeah, I guess we could have cheesed this with a P-switch if we survived with it. But now, well, he's one dead Bowser. Rest in peace. But what about our friend? Yeah, because I guess the idea was that Lakitu got stuffed, and then here we are up in heaven, and we actually send him up here. Oh, he floats away though, because he's thrown out his fill of the level. And yeah, we were supposed to get out this way, right? Actually, I think that might have been even unexpected. Again, this was like a week 2 level. I think there were some things here that were unaccounted for at the time, as you might expect. And which we're breaking like crazy now. But anyway, here's a little bridge that says revenge. So yeah. Oh, that's not revenge, that's just death. Anyway, this was before checkpoint, so we'll actually get to see this story again, and I have to sit through the Bowser fight, unfortunately. Self-revenge, exactly. Also known as justice. Oh, whoops. Is he going to give us another one? I actually don't know if he'll give us another one. I think he might not. We might have to... Yeah, we're breaking this one like crazy, but, you know, again, week 2 level in this game. Anyway, let's let him actually give us a spring. Like I said, if you want, you could step on a P-switch and exit this door, but nobody knew that on week 2. But we might be able to speed through the Bowser bit if we take the P, so let's do that. If we can. Leaf, please. Whoops. I know we can possibly read the story accurately this time. Hop on. Like I said, if we just bop him like this, then we can actually keep the P. And if we need to take damage at the end, we'll take damage, whatever. It's a bit of a check here anyway. And to the right side it says, Waha. Because, yeah, our friend says, help me. Because he gets nuked by Bowser's minions. Now here's Bowser. This time we're just going to cheese him. Or skip him, rather. He doesn't actually die if we do it this way, as you can see, because we didn't let him get off the belt. Yeah, DTS was Iris in Maker 1, Luca. Back when he was a flight maker rather than a music auto scroller specialist. I highly recommend, by the way, the level that we showed off last time by Adeptus Spies, Leaf and Let Die Ultimate. There are many versions of Leaf and Let Die, but the hard one is perfectly fine. Let's go through the story sequence though. Let's not skip all this at once. Yeah, into the house. And revenge, except if we stand in that location, we need to let the P-switch expire in order to head out the other side, right? Or can we just choose not to take revenge? Oh, there's a branching path, that's right. Yeah, there is a branching path where you can take revenge or you can take the high road. And then he's a friend. Which doesn't explain why he's kind of poking me like that. But yeah, there's a bad ending as well, as you can see, where you can come out a lower branch. This will be quick. Let me show the bad ending. I totally forgotten about the branching path at the end, in fact. But yeah, we'll do the Bowser skip again because I can't be bothered. Anyway, let's do this. Hop in. We'll grab another P if we can. If you'd like to pass me one, kindly. There we go. Before expiry. Okay. And then again, we'll hop in to skip this. And we'll pretend that he didn't see me kill him before he's killed for real in the next segment. And yeah, so for the revenge segment, you're supposed to outlast a P-switch. Okay. Oh, lost the helmet again. We could never keep it. But yeah, this is how the standard path is supposed to look if you don't peek your head out the top. Maybe that is a secret road, you never know. But anyway, time to take revenge. Not only are we going to get back at Bowser, we're going to murder his children. Like, we're actually going to murder his children. But then what we do is we wait for the P-switch to expire, and then we can proceed forward and get the evil ending. You monster. And yeah, you see, this is our friend Nalekatu, who did not wind up in heaven and is judging us as we share our fate and eternal damnation. Anyway, that's the evil branch. Complete with the animation at the end when you crouch. So I'm going to show off one last level on live servers, which is the one that I've kind of been building towards with this Terriermon series. So, when the shutdown of uploads was announced in 2021, Terriermon made a double level, like a duology between Maker 1 and 2, where the Maker 1 level contains a code for the Maker 2 level and vice versa. So in the Maker 2 level, which I've typed in the chat here, if you play that, you are given a passcode that you're supposed to take into this level. But then there's also a locked door in the Maker 2 level that you can't unlock until you've found a passcode in the Maker 1 level. And both of the halves are, so I'm told, I played the Maker 2 one, not the Maker 1 one, and I do have the code with me today. Both halves are modeled after the original idea booklet that Nintendo issued with the release of Maker 1, which I can't find my paper copy, but it is available in PDF. I wish I could find my paper copy, in fact, it's been missing for some time. So he basically made this double level, and I think I'm probably the first person to ever show it in the intended way on stream, because, you know, being uploaded to Maker 1 in late 2021, unless you're Bombs 5 or something, you're bound to be a bit of an obscurity. So this was his farewell level to Maker 1, and it will be our farewell to live servers in Maker 1 as well. And we're going to punch in the code, and we're going to hopefully get the code from this level and take it back into the Maker 2 level when we have a chance to play Maker 2 again. Sometime next week, probably. So, this will be our farewell to the live servers. And let's not tear up too much at the occasion. The thing about the idea book in its original form is that you can really tell that what Nintendo kind of imagined people would do was take a lot of the tools and, you know, make tile size like this one. I remember this one actually from the booklet, where you would basically do huge pixel art constructions and still have things operate in a more or less traditional fashion. And then I think the more interactive mechanical side of Mario Maker took over in a somewhat unexpected way, but then became much more the focus of Maker 2. But the idea booklet, I think, really showcases a lot of what changed about the character of Mario Maker between the two games. We do need to bust through that a little more quickly. Or just go up above the chomp. See the pixel art chomp here. You know, we talked so much about how the aesthetic side of Mario Maker has dropped out considerably between 1 and 2 because of the comparative restrictions on the toolset, and it's really interesting to observe that in some ways that was against the spirit of what Nintendo themselves envisioned the Maker 1 to do. Note the scrolling music track, of course, the music track being our familiar jingle from Super Mario Maker. It's also the case in the Maker 2 half of the level, which uses different elements of the idea booklet. So you've got the Piranha driving his car. So yeah, a lot of this is based on the Nintendo designs that are still kind of accessible by code in-game, I think. Brief random Waluigi here. And then we even have the Mario Paint music. It's dealt in here, the original Mario Paint menu music. That's the next track. Here's some Dewdog again. Then, so here is where we enter the... Oh, sorry, just make sure I still have sound. Here's where we enter the Super Mario Maker 2 code, which I actually do have jotted down here. So again, it's in the level code that we posted above. That's the Maker 2 code. And it is Donut, Mushroom, Brick, Ice, Cloud. I don't know if the order matters. It might. No, it won't. It just raises the munchers up above. So it's going to be Donut, Mushroom, and Brick. ice, and cloud, and this should work. And this should get us through the key door rather than the pipe. And if you unlock this, I actually have no idea what this gets you, by the way. I've not done the code entry before, so, or played this half of the level before. And you get Tataka's song. That's a lovely Easter egg. Time travel. Which, of course, was first introduced. Actually, I don't know if it was the first occurrence, but it was introduced in Mario Paint, of course. And seems like the code is given to you down below for the Maker 2 level, but you just get this little Easter egg here. First introduced in Mario Paint, of course, in the menu screen when you blow everything up. And here's the code for the Maker 2 half. You won't get the Lanky Mushroom in Maker 2, obviously, but you will get Koopa, Mole, Chomp, and Black Stiletto. Which I had to jot down. Anyway. Is it just Birdo, or do you get anybody? You get? You know what, let's sit here until we find somebody that we want to end on, like we had with Undo Dog earlier. Hello, Kitty. Yeah, just enjoying this part of Maker 1 one last time. Mr. Saturn would have been a good choice, actually. Olimar, of course. Yeah, we're very reluctant to let go of this game, I think. But what I will do at the end, by the way, as we exit, here's Starfy and Melody and Cat Mario. I am going to bring up my stats, by the way. I'm not going to play through my levels because, you know, I can just do that whenever offline if we ever want to do a bit of a documentary of my creations, but... Oh, yeah, I guess you really wanted to finish with the Mercedes GLA, didn't you? Ribishine Fizzer. Yamamura is actually a good choice. Very symbolic of Maker 1, I think. What do you think, Yamamura? I think so. Particularly because he sings along at the end, and that's our salute to Maker 1. Like I said, even though servers are going down, I don't feel done with this game. I'm stuffing my core spot with old favorites, but we'll try to leave a few slots open for some other things that we want to tie up as loose ends, like the Mario 64 series earlier, or some of the perplexing puzzles that we didn't totally close out, and some other creations that we might want to grind away at some point. It really depends on how much room is in my core spot, because I've kind of reorganized into additional profiles, and that's how we've done things. I'm going to do one last thing. You don't want to play my levels, just so you know. They're not great. But I actually originally hoped to show them at the end. But we won't have time to do a proper Maker documentary or anything like that. I never made very much, as you can see. I started, like many people did, just in the first few weeks, and had a... You know, I didn't upload very much either. I had a same situation that I did in Maker 2, where I played a lot in the editor and didn't actually finish very many things. But I'll just go over the stats because I won't get a chance to record them later myself. In terms of the number of clears and plays that I had on each of these and where everything was. And yeah, so same story as a lot of people. Just a few scarce uploads in the earliest moments of the game. If we do some kind of, you know, epilogue stream at some point, I might actually show some of these. But I just want to kind of capture what these look like. These had more plays than I expected, actually. never really shared them widely or anything, or back then maybe I saw one or two of these streamed once or twice at most, when Twitch was still in very terminal form. As you can see, I returned after a 4-year break or so to basically learn some techniques as I was really getting back into Mario Maker in early 2019, and so I basically took an unfinished draft that was half done in early 2016, just after the bumper and firecar patch, and I eventually just finished it. And I actually did see Orator play this, surprisingly, and I think he left a begrudging like on it back in the day. But yeah, this was kind of my pre-Maker 2 level, as I was finally learning Mario Maker properly, or trying to. It's not a particularly well-designed level in some respects, but I was trying to learn the interactive parts. We'll talk about that some other time, though. What I want to show off finally is my play info, so you can see my course count and all that before the servers really go down. These will be final numbers. I don't plan to really play anything else live to mess with these numbers before we take things offline, even though I'm still busily downloading a couple of favorites and some other levels for the to-do list. As you can see, I barely ever played Endless, which is why it's quite important that I had the costume showcase, because we didn't even unlock Super Expert Endless, or I dropped Endless before Super Expert even existed as a category, I think, because I disliked it pretty much immediately and thought that the Maker experience was best done by creation and sharing. And so in the end, we ended up playing a respectable amount and cleared a large proportion of what we saw, but that just tells you that I wasn't really wiping out that much against harder content. But that's what we're going to end on, and you know, I think I'll even leave this up as the final screen as we say farewell to this, because Maker 1 is, after 9 years, on its way out. Like I said, we'll try to keep up with the afterlife of this game on Pretendo Network, if I can get set up for it eventually. We'll actually listen to the Courseworld music a bit. Let's just put it on. And I will maybe try to do some kind of epilogue stream of some levels I download at some point, if I'm not already overstuffed with old favorites I want to keep for replays. You can tell I'm finding it very difficult to kind of end this definitively, which is piles and piles of unfinished business on the table. But anyway, I've been sitting on massive piles of codes from previous weeks. If anybody wants some final recommendations or anything, but we'll have to talk about that off stream, because I will be logging off and I won't be around much or in communication much at all before the actual server shut down in about half a day's time. So enjoy the closure and wind down of this game, whether you are with your Wii U or trying to make it work or just watching other people experience it. And just have a wonderful time with this and reflect on everything that you've experienced with it, either as a player or a viewer or a maker or anybody else, whatever your role or relationship to this was. This was really an iconic piece of Nintendo history that I think will always mean quite a bit to everybody here. Even those who came in with Maker 2, I think, in its own way. We'll be back with Maker 2 soon enough. I might need to take a little break from Maker generally before we do that, but there's a lot of content on that side that I want to look at as well, very, very soon. And some of you already know what that is. But more plans will be discussed on the Discord, and of course here whenever I go live on the channel. And I've got to get back to downloading and just filling a few last remaining slots in Correspond. But for now, to Super Mario Maker 1, a farewell and good night. Thanks for watching. We'll send you on to a raid in just a moment. And on top of everything we've said already about enjoying the closure, or reflecting on it, I guess, as best as you're able to do, as always, fare thee well.